Hello everybody, and welcome back to some more Final Fantasy. So, yeah, today we're basically just going to be doing some more of the MSQ, because that's pretty much what we're just gonna keep on trying to do. I think we have around, at least from what I counted last, we have around 26 quests left. And from what I think I saw, we might have like... I'm not entirely sure on this, but I think maybe, just from when I looked at the list, I think I saw 2 trials and 2 dungeons. So yeah, we still have a few of those things left. So yeah. Also, if any of you are wondering why my bag looks like it's completely full, that's because I've been kind of crafting a lot of shit. I basically went ahead and was like, I want to complete all the crafting quests, or all the quests specifically for the crafters. I already did the all the cooking or culinarian ones the other day, because I wanted to basically get physical manipulation, because it was something that was suggested to use in a macro. Basically craft a bunch of these in order to basically just get the crafter or purpose crafting scripts. I've so far gotten, I think, all of the level 590 perfectionist crafting gear, both main hand and offhand, and all the left hand side stuff. And I have also gotten, I think, all except for the... I haven't gotten the offhand for botanist tool yet, but otherwise all the other things are basically 590. So 30. Shut up, Cornball. Yeah, I've gotten all of that, and my next goal is to... I basically want to complete all the crafter quests, just because then I can unlock the manipulation skill, and I think it's like 2 things that I'm gonna be unlocking. Yeah, it's manipulation and also quality assurance. which is it's I guess good to get those two. But then my goal is to basically start crafting a shit ton of gear, or I need to basically gather a lot of things, because then the next goal will basically be to get the what is that called again? Also which I think it's just on this page. Is it? I'm forgetting which page it is. Basically, there's a bunch of gear that you can basically craft. That is actually white quality gear, but it ends up being level item level 590. I can quickly try and figure out what is it called again. I can't see that. Those. What is it again? Is it these? Nope. It's Pack Maker. That's what it's called. But yeah, I basically want to then, after I have completed all those quests, I'm gonna have to start working on basically getting the Pack Maker's set of crafting and gathering, because that is specifically in high quality, because that is actually the best gear possible. Because even though they're gonna have basically the same stats, both pieces of gear. For example, if I were to switch over to Culinarian and these gloves, compare, you can see currently if it's just normal quality, the gear, it's not going to be as great, but if it's high quality, it's the same. However, there is one small difference, and that is that the Perfectionist gear, you can only put 2 material slots in, and you can't do advanced welding, because that's allowed. However, the Pack Maker stuff, you can basically put in up to 5 materia. It's a lot more expensive, and you're probably gonna break a lot of materia, but you can basically make this gear a lot better than the purple script gear. It's just gonna be a lot of, and I mean a lot of fucking grinding in order to get that stuff all crafted. Yeah. Also, hey there, Fabo. But yeah. We are just gonna, I guess, keep doing the HQ. So, as the heavens burn. Okay, also, I'm curious, does Tatra say anything? She kind of looks a little bit worried.
You've a knack for turning up exactly when needed, and this is no exception.
Okay. I mean, based on that image, it does look like Final Days might have arrived at another location, or at least the Burning Sky. Though you and Kral both have news to share, versus perhaps the more urgent.
So, have you learned aught more of the final days?
Yep. Kind of.
Then the journey was well worth the risk. No doubt your newfound knowledge will be a great boon to us all. Unfortunately, during your time on the First, events here have taken a turn for the worse. The Scions are running themselves ragged trying to contain the spread of blasphemies, but it's a losing battle. To try and ascertain the where and why of it, Alizai and Alphino have been traveling all over. Of all the regions they've visited, Locus Amoenus is one of the worst affected. Thancred, Estinian, and Graha took a detachment of allied soldiers there to offer aid and succor to those in need. But the province is vast. They only managed to visit a handful of coastal villages. It was an accomplishment worth celebrating, still, but a drop in the bucket at best. In the meantime, Y'shtola and Master Matoya have been making a concerted effort to establish contact with Hydaelyn in the Ethereal Sea, but to no avail. As for Tataru and I, we've been keeping a close eye on the forum. From what we gather, they've been constructing a vessel to ferry people to the moon. An ambitious project that has likely been years, if not decades in the making. However, since we've seen no sign of it thus far, I suspect it's still incomplete. You will also recall the proposal issued by Master Forsheno to the people of Rads-at-Han. Following their discussion, Vitra declared his support for the plan and urged those who wished to evacuate to accept the forum's invitation. So far, so good. But that's where things get a little strange.
Okay.
Apparently, the forum caught wind of the lunar teleporter in the Tower of Babil, and decided to use it to deliver people to the moon instead of their mysterious ship.
Oh.
Therefore, to secure safe passage for the Hanish refugees to the tower, Alphino, Alizai, Estinian, and Graha traveled to Garlemald not long ago. Trouble is, the capital was hardly the safest place to begin with, and now the final days have come to Garlemald.
Ah. That's bad.
Shortly after our friends arrived, they were sent to rendezvous with Master Forsheno. Then, panic broke out, and our communications were severed. From what fragments we were able to make out before the link shell went completely silent, we can only assume the phenomenon has spread to the capital. The others need you, Shauna. Please, you must help them. Having you there will make all the difference. I'm sure of it. Camp Broken Glass was their first port of call, so you'd best start there. Hopefully, Lucia will know where they are. There's no telling what you'll be walking into, so you had best take every possible precaution.
I'm actually kind of surprised. I was kind of expecting to maybe get sent to, I don't know, some other area, like the second half of Labyrinthos, perhaps, but apparently not. Oh. Honestly, I'm not surprised by that. Sky and everything. Oh, and we got a solo duty.
Shauna. And not a moment too soon. The skies over Garlemald are ablaze, but it's events on the ground that concern me. As you will have heard, your fellow Scions arrived ahead of you. We cut the customary greetings short after we received word from our troops on the Magna Glacies that the forum's airship had landed. It was then that the heavens began to burn. I dispatched your friends at once to ensure the refugees come to no harm. I would have you join them immediately. Additional support is en route, but we will discuss them later. I trust you are ready to depart?
Upon departing for the Magna Glacies, several cuts. In addition, you will be required to participate in battle. Please.
I don't need all of that info. Let's just head out. So I'm guessing the entire. I'm thinking that maybe the entirety of what's going to happen here, earlier on the Magna Glacies. I'm guessing that most of the stuff that happens here in Garlemald, we're probably going to be taken care of during this thing. That is definitely a worse cutscene. Also, thank you for the host, Anrex. Welcome to the stream.
No.
Just quickly.
No. We were promised an escape. Not the same doom we fled.
Just chatting.
I shall not meet my final days here in this blasted waste. Calm yourselves. Your panic is our greatest enemy.
Yeah, we are currently just watching a cutscene that's
we must
happening.
build a line of defense.
Elsie? Or Alphino? Alphino.
How?
Leave the fighting to us, Father. You must lead the people to safety.
So, are we gonna be playing as Estinian or Alphino, perhaps?
I can handle this pair.
You shall tend to the refugees.
Or
Let us be about it.
are we gonna show up ourselves?
As you wish, my little lord.
Little lord. It looks like we're maybe gonna be fighting as Alphino. Just based on the zooming on Alphino's face there. That's what it ends up being. Yep.
I'll
Okay.
command the beast's attention. See to
And
the
off.
wounded.
Okay, great. We don't get signs to basically adjust our hotbars.
Help is at hand.
We have diagnosis. That one. Barrier thing. So,
Leave it to me.
just this a little bit. It's an instant. Okay, so
Those who can stand, come with me.
Easy now. Deep breaths.
okay, come down the refugees.
You're safe now.
Worry not for the refugees, but for yourself, boy.
The refugees. So we need to support Estinian, I guess.
Got you!
We should just need to constantly keep Estinian alive here. Keep on attacking. And occasionally you'll steady it.
It's like hard, but not hard enough!
Is that it? Are we gonna switch characters? I wonder. So I believe we were told that Braha and Alice was also here, so we're probably gonna take control of one of them, I'm guessing. I think Red was also there.
Help! Someone, please!
What?
No. Don't. I don't want to die.
Forward! Let not a single fiend escape!
It's the first. The former first.
Wait, that's... Euless and the army. So, you've recovered then? In time enough to be of aid, for once. We can speak of it more later. For now, we must fight! To repay your salvation in kind, or with better! For Garlemald has her pride! Of that I've no doubt.
Good gods. Of all possible saviors, the Imperial Army.
Yep.
Oh!
That was probably Alice. Yep, and
I had hoped to take all of them down at once.
Think a withdrawal might be in order?
Oh, sod that. You know who would never abandon these people to their fate. To be devoured by their former friends. That'd be beyond cruel. These beasts must fall here and now.
Well then, I'd say it's high time we threw caution to the winds.
So long as you spare me the heroic sacrifices. Now, let's go!
and yep, we're playing as Alice. Okay. Are they gonna give me enough time to basically set things up? Okay, so we got limit break. Let's see, we got 6 skills to deal with, so it's a little annoying that you need to like do it this way and not just place it wherever you want. So let's see. AoE, or you know, AoE and also single target, I guess. It's also kind of annoying that it doesn't say what the buttons are here. I need to be like, okay, is that the right place? Nope. Let's put that one there, that there, See that one there. Like something like that, or actually nope. To that way. Okay, so. It's just having the enemies go towards me and the other half Gra.
I'm fine.
Assuming at some point during this we're gonna get a because he's basically use our limit break.
Not today.
Meteors. Oh.
I'm not done yet.
Just keep on spinning attacks.
Don't worry about it. The air crackles with energy. Find cover!
As they say, turnabout's fair play. On guard.
Great. That did like 200 and something thousand. What the fuck?
There's not the barest trace of ether. Maybe there really is no way to bring them back. Thank you for saving our lives once again. I remember you. From Purusha. You helped us there too, didn't you?
Ah, you're from Palaka's stand. I'm glad you're still in one piece. Or you will be, once I see to that injury of yours.
Look out! Get out of here! Quickly!
It kind of reminds me of a part from the trailer, to be honest.
I won't lose them! Not a one! This will be a brighter future! I won't let a madman's apocalypse ruin everything we've fought to achieve!
Get it together, Alize. You're embarrassing yourself. And in front of Father, no less. You might never measure up to our champion. But we ask too much of her as it is. You mustn't let our sword in the darkness fight alone.
And there we are. We should have used the winter glamour that I have.
Oh,
Warmer glamour at least. So this. Not exactly warm. I'm back. You've done well in my absence. It's precisely why you should never skip your squad regiment. Let's go with that one.
I can look after myself, you know.
Everything's in order, I trust?
I've had enough of this rabble! Come on!
Oh, a trio for the ages.
This time I have my normal abilities, which is nice. And again, I forgot to activate the soul, so
Just the beginning. I had a feeling I'd find you here.
Alphino
This should be the last of the worst
right as well.
With me!
just started going and shrinking, it seems.
Damn you!
Leave the healing to me. I'm in your debt.
Still getting there.
Where were we?
Almost dead. Go down. Yep, there it is. Nice. I think this might also be the end of the solo duty. Guessing maybe a cutscene or two more.
You must board without delay. The ship will depart ere long.
Your offer to host us in Sharlayan is most appreciated. But will the final days not soon fall upon it as well?
Your hesitation is not unwarranted. The satrap entrusted me with your lives, yet I have failed your comrades. Nor are you wrong to fear that this corruption will continue to spread. I cannot promise you complete safety, even in my homeland. What I can promise is that I will do all in my power to protect you. That power is not inconsiderable. Even now, my countrymen are preparing the vessel that will deliver us to a sanctuary on the moon. Join us on our journey there, and beyond, to new horizons. Come to old Sharlayan. Please.
We would be fools to refuse such a generous offer made in earnest.
It seems they've a new destination.
Were we told that they were gonna try and use the teleporter, perhaps? Get to the moon? Because I'm thinking, wouldn't that just be like several times easier to just use the teleporter up in the tower to just go straight to the moon? Then just keep people there? At least for the time being? That would technically be safer, I would assume, than being here on the planet. Also, if you just transported everyone here and just made them use the teleporter, wouldn't that just make it way easier than having to try and make a fucking spaceship in order to send it up to the moon? I'm just saying, that seems like it would maybe be a bit, I don't know, smarter or work maybe a little bit better.
The people of Radzat Han have known too much suffering. The march to Garlemald will only bring them more, short though it may be.
I quite agree. Fortunately, they have you to look after them.
Yes. Well.
Behind you! Just there!
More of them.
Oh. Xenos. What are you doing here?
Xenos! Here!
Yeah, that's my reaction as well, Alphano.
You'll be alright. Hurry to the airship.
Why have you come?
A heretofore unseen beast. 'Twas ripe for the slaying. Poor sport, alas. Unfit to temper my blade.
Oh, for the love of... You cannot still be on about a rematch.
That is and has ever been my sole concern. You, on the other hand, are fixated on a different quarry. Your passion pales before mine, yet neither hate nor despair seem sufficient to recapture your misdirected bloodlust. So I hone my blade, and I wait.
That's it. That's all you care about. Garlemald is in ruins. Our homeland, the nation you rule, is as good as gone. Along with so many of its people. Not just soldiers like us. Not only those who fought and killed for power and duty. Innocent civilians. Murdered by their own flesh and blood. Lost and confused as they breathed their last. While we who survived with our lives and minds intact were left to freeze to death. The Eorzeans tell me all this was your doing! You slaughtered your countrymen! You did! For what?
For nothing, in the end. So much wasted effort.
You bastard!
Is he gonna
For your own
get
sake,
killed,
Eurus, you
perhaps?
must control your anger. It will serve no one should it consume you and see you transformed.
So if you were to go up against Xenos, you would probably die.
Would you be happier had I a good reason?
What?
If my motives met with your approval, would you no longer resent the outcome? If so, then perhaps a beast's skin would suit you better. Duty, honor, morality. All constructs of convenience when put to proof. Surely the war taught you how easily power becomes the tool of the self-righteous. How the people's justice was merely a means to their ends? Yet you would ask me why. Ask any creature of this star and those above for answers, and they will tell you what suits their fancy. And they would be right to do so. What meaning there is to be found in the petty vicissitudes of your existence must be gleaned by you, and you alone. Should you seek it in battle in the fruitless pursuit of my demise, then come. Assume your rightful place as a notch on my blade.
You are a blight on the Garlean race, and there would be no more satisfying way to expunge it than by beating you to death! But I will not be party to another tragedy. I refuse to lose anyone else because of you. So go. Go! And may we never suffer your madness again!
Xenos!
It just keeps getting interrupted.
Perhaps you found meaning in living this way. I cannot deny you found strength. Yet if you only pursue your hedonistic pleasures and pay no heed to the plight of others, then no one will give you the time of day. You will never get what you want, not even the battle you pine for so dearly. You'll be alone for an eternity, and you'll deserve every agonizing second of it.
We're ready to depart. The refugee ships will be leaving shortly, but I've asked mine to remain for the time being. There's room enough for you to join me on it, if you wish.
Seemingly opening up a little bit.
Do contain your surprise. I needn't agree with the Scion's methods or intentions to acknowledge that their deeds are deserving of gratitude.
We appreciate the offer. But might I ask why you are delaying your departure? I presume it is not solely for our benefit.
Hey there, Ryuko. Welcome to the stream.
I must visit Garlemald we return to Sharlayan. Having caused such an uproar, 'tis only meet that I explain myself to the Ilzabard contingent.
Allow us to accompany you then. We should be glad to facilitate, given our familiarity with all concerned. If you would like to join as well, Eulus, we can speak of recent events on the way.
He'll be after your seat on the forum next.
This shock there, just... Huh? Hey, wait for someone to spawn in. Fortuno has no head right now. What's going on? Is the game just not loading things like correctly? Ah.
To see Zeno standing there, so uncaring and unrepentant. Gods, I don't know what came over me. I just blurted out the first thing that came to mind. But looking back on it, I stand by those words. I would say I hope they won't incite him to further villainy, but to be honest, I doubt he even remembers what I said. Anyway, enough about all that. It's good to see you again.
Let's just ignore him for now. Outside help.
No major injuries then.
Good.
Okay, that's also of course cutscene.
I briefed the recovered soldiers and sent them on their way as quickly as I could, but nevertheless feared they would not make it in time.
Is he gonna be like that in the cutscene as well?
The additional support was invaluable. Your men saved more than a few lives. Though not all, I regret to say.
I take it that I'm addressing Lucia Junius. I'm the forum's envoy, Fortuno Leveilleur.
He's not like that.
And you are owed an explanation for these most dire developments.
Luckily, yeah, otherwise it would be very weird to look at.
Another trial wrought by the final days. I was beginning to suspect as much. You doubtless feel some consternation having been forced to abandon your original plan. But trust me when I say you were right to send the refugees elsewhere. Beasts have been sighted within the capital. Perhaps it was a stroke of grim fortune that the population was decimated beforehand, as they've yet to appear in any great number, but in time. In any case, Maxima leads the remainder of the contingent in an effort to cull the creatures and evacuate the populace as we speak. Once the airships have taken to the skies, I pray your men can be persuaded to join him.
You'll permit us to retain our weapons?
I wouldn't have sent you after the Scions were I expecting you to stab them in the back.
And I, for one, would not consider past transgressions more relevant than future contributions. Regardless of the circumstances that saw us at odds before, we need men of courage now, more than ever.
We swore to defend Garlemald, and so we shall.
It seems you have everything under control. You will excuse me then, for mine own duties await.
A moment, Master Fortuneau. You did desire to express your appreciation for services rendered, did you not?
I did. Though if you intend to again ask that Sharlayan alter its course, you will find my gratitude insufficient.
'Tis nothing so onerous. I wish to hear the details of this grand endeavor of yours.
Do you swear to listen and to learn, and not to embark upon some scheme to impede us?
I swear.
Any other, I would doubt. But you, I trust to keep your word. For not once have you broken it. Very well. I will request that the Forum make you privy to our plans. You may await our summons at the Baldessian Annex, assuming the decision is in your favor. Does that suffice?
It does. You have my thanks.
Excellent. You can regale us with tales of your most recent sojourn to the First while we wait.
The fact that I traveled back in fucking time. Oh.
Did you hear something just now?
What? Pudding way? Pudding way. Wait, why are there so many of you here? What's going on?
Dawn may banish even the darkest night.
Raja.
And to this bitter clime bring warmth and comfort.
What the fuck is happening? Why
'Tis
are they here?
heartening to see such an assembly upon my return. I thought often of you whilst I looked down upon our star's brilliance from the moon above.
Yes, but what are you doing here? And dressed like that? Aren't you cold?
Verily, I fear for my health should I proceed to expound upon our purpose ere I procure more suitable garments.
It's just fucking shaking.
Then allow me to summarize. We're here because none of you lot are up there. Nor has anyone deigned to send word about any changes in the plans. It's rude, is what it is. At least that's what I thought at first, but then folks got to wondering if you weren't in a spot of bother, so we decided to take matters into our own hands. Come down here and help, if our help be needed. So she says, but it's also something of a convenient excuse to visit Aetheris. Urianger made it sound absolutely marvelous. More so before the impending doom, but still. And it's not like there will ever be a better time. What with the aforementioned doom?
Marvellous, they say, yet not an ounce of pudding to be found. I must suffer Urianger's inferior works no more.
Hey! Maybe consider the plight of present company before you go blathering on about pudding and doom? Ahem. As I was saying, should you require any assistance with whatever, we are at your disposal. We were born from Hydaelyn's love for the lives of this star, so naturally we would much prefer to see them continue. Twiddling our thumbs up on the moon is hardly conducive to that, though, is it? Aye, not when you've all got such precious thoughts and feelings and hopes for the future deserving of more active preservation. Speaking to Urianger made us realize that while we've carried out our duties to the letter, we've failed to fulfill them in spirit. From there, it was just a hop, skip, and a jump towards resolving to do better. So please, show us how. Help us help you.
Forgive me, but are they...
Thy distant collaborators, indeed.
Hail, fellow, well met. You'd be a member of the Forum, would you? It's an honor and a pleasure to meet you at last. I'm Livingway, Hydaelyn's right paw. That last bit is very important, as am I, if I may humbly say so myself.
I bid you welcome to our star, Livingway. On behalf of the Forum, I thank you for traveling such a distance to meet us. As you have surmised, preparations for the Exodus have not proceeded as smoothly as we had hoped. I should be happy to personally escort you to our headquarters in Sharlayan, where you may advise us as you deem fit.
'Twas with reluctance that I set aside the great work of readying the moon for habitation. Be assured that I did so only after the Loperids made plain their earnest desire to come hither, and I myself felt a growing certainty that their contributions here would prove invaluable. 'Tis trite, perhaps, but I followed my heart.
Good to have you back. May thy disciples banish the darkest of night. Good to have you back.
For a time, at least. Nevertheless, 'twas worth the journey to find present company well. Wilt thou attend us at the Forum and lend thine own wisdom?
If that's all quite settled, can we start moving before Urianger catches his death? Even I'm freezing out here.
Oh, I dare say you'll warm up quickly once you're aboard the airship. Sat shoulder to shoulder with our fur-covered friends.
Okay, are we in Shalia? Shalian? And because we just left Sanctuary and entered Sanctuary. Yep. Why are we here? Oh, and it also looks like I can unlock the next set of hot quests. Or at least have been able to do that for a while now.
I dare say Master Forsheno was as nonplussed as we to learn the identity of Hydalen's lunar custodians. As he will soon discover, they have much and more to offer the Forum. Might I suggest we return to the Annex forthwith? We may yet have time to discuss thy recent adventures ere we are summoned to the Rostra.
Okay. So I want to quickly head over there and grab that quest, just so I can unlock some more hut locations. Or the next level of huts at least. And maybe unlock rank 3 as well? Or maybe that's only at level 89. I'm not really sure though. That specimen came from the moon?
Good to see you, Shauna. I've heard a great deal about your recent exploits, as has everyone else. That's why I feel confident recommending you for associate level hunts. The challenges you face from here on out will be significantly tougher to contend with, but I wager you can handle them. You've yet to give me reason to believe otherwise. Associate specimens are not only more threatening, but also more difficult to track down. You'll have to seek them out in the world's most inaccessible and inhospitable reaches, like bloody Garlemald. Gods, I hate that place.
Okay, didn't want to read this part. Now, if Elsbard's unfriendly note was our only problem, I handsomely remind you to strap on your furs and take some ale for the road. But, well, perhaps it's best to ask Shy what she's working on. There's nothing quite like hearing it straight from the Chocobo's mouth.
Yes, I heard from here. If Northida insists, I will tell you precisely what I'm dealing with at the moment. Let's look at this request from Chrysil, shall we? She's Charlie Ian's sole xenobiologist, a self-proclaimed one, mind you, and it's her raison d'etre to prove that life exists upon stars other than our own. The astronomers have long since banned her from their meetings and refuse any request she makes on principle, but alas, we have no such luxury. She's been demanding samples from the moon for some time now, despite the obvious impossibility of acquiring them.
Not exactly.
Associate hunts often present such challenges, ones with no ready solution. Though we gleaners pride ourselves on our resourcefulness, all we can do in such cases is post them on the board and hope for a miracle. Try telling that to the clients, though. In any case, I would be thankful if you'd take a look at the board and try your hand at any bills that suit you. The guild ship has high hopes for your success. No pressure, of course.
Yeah, I'm wondering what's gonna...
Associate guild ship, you are now permitted to take bill. New quest.
Okay. So that's at level 89. Next one. I'm kind of curious what their explanation for why there's gonna be hunts in like on Elpis. Is it like, oh yeah, we have a researcher that wants to find things from the past? Like, what? Is that gonna be the thing? Also, I just remembered I can get a new weapon. Not the prettiest scythe in my opinion.
Not that I'm complaining, Oriange, but I wasn't expecting to see you quite so soon. Nor ID. In extolling the virtues of Aetheres, I did inadvertently awaken in the Laporites a desire to avert our beloved star's demise.
Kryl tells us you have obtained new knowledge that may aid us in our ongoing efforts. I've news to share regarding our study of the Ethereal Sea, but your findings are certain to be of greater interest, and so I would rather hear them first. To what revelations did Hydaelyn's Elpis flower lead?
Travel back in time? Way back in time. Go back to before Final Days and Hydaelyn became Hydaelyn, I guess.
Then this dynamis is what drives the final days. If it and Akaze are one and the same, this all but proves Nidhana's theory. Were an entity, through sheer force of emotion, to channel this vast, dormant reservoir into a raging river, its power might surpass even that of ether.
But if our star is so replete with ether, said entity would need to be outside its influence to effectively manipulate the dynamis of the great expanse.
Median. Or rather, the sorrow and suffering of fallen civilizations that she has been hoarding for millennia. Untold anguish and fear and hatred, drawn from every corner of the universe. All for a single purpose, the destruction of Aetheres. Then our foe is no longer some unknowable calamity. We have but one aim, to defeat Median.
You make it sound so simple, but you're not wrong. Vanquish Median and we deliver the world from the final days. But to even attempt it, there are two conditions. First, we must determine her location. Before Median escaped, an enchantment was placed upon her by Venet, the woman who would become Hydaelyn. The implications of temporal magics are not entirely understood, and so we cannot assume that our Hydaelyn and the Venet you met in Elpis are one and the same. Nevertheless, due to her intrinsic qualities as an all-powerful being, I'd wager that Hydaelyn possesses the knowledge we seek. Whether she would share that knowledge with us, however, remains to be seen. After all, she intends for us to flee Aetheres, not to stay. Do you suppose she has abandoned her pursuit of Median?
And I know would never give up. No, but Median is still out there. This one. First one. Would never give up.
That's my impression, too. Otherwise, she wouldn't have used me as a conduit for her will, or provided clues such as the Elpis flower. I believe she has been waiting for mankind's answer to Hermes' question.
So, what's the second condition?
We must
Getting
find
there.
a means to reach Median.
Getting there.
Naturally, our chosen method will depend entirely upon wheresoever she has made her nest.
Then communing with Hydaelyn must by necessity come first. Did you and Master Matoya have any luck with your investigation into the Ethereal Sea?
Sadly not. Though we enlisted the help of Erenvald and other Echo-blessed allies, we couldn't detect so much as a whisper from Hydaelyn, even from within the anti-tower. Master Matoya is of the opinion that in the years since abandoning it, the Forum has found some other method of receiving instructions from Hydaelyn. If so, it would most likely be some form of apparatus for observing the Ethereal Sea, built closer to home.
Sorry to interrupt, we've just received word from the Forum. Your presence is required in the Rostra, where they intend to discuss the Great Exodus.
Okay, we're probably gonna learn about how they
Then Father was able to persuade them.
We're probably gonna learn how they are contacting Hydaelyn. And based on how much stuff we have left, I'm gonna assume that it's likely located inside Labyrinthos, second half. Possibly?
They're finally taking us seriously. Let's hear what they have to say.
least that's kind of what I'm assuming is the case. It's like, I'm assuming that the last area that we haven't unlocked yet is probably gonna be like level 89, 90-ish, kind of like in Shadowbringers with the Tempest. It's probably gonna be something along those lines. After all, we are currently still missing one entire area that we haven't unlocked yet. This is Labyrinthos though, but I don't have any Aether Currents there for some reason yet.
The forum is in session, and as such, the rostra is closed to visitors. A scion of the 7th Dawn? Very well, you may wait in the corridor. Of course, entry will only be permitted on the condition you leave your armaments at the door. Lest you forget, this sacred institution holds rational discourse in the highest. The implements of war are expressly forbidden.
Is something gonna happen considering that we are gonna be leaving our... So also the forum is not in session. Oh, there's actually a pointer here. Forum. Voice acted cutscene, perhaps. Looks like it. Actually, think it looks like it's voice cutscene.
There is a matter I wish to raise with you before we enter. We are here to listen and to learn. But if the forum's plans are more or less what I expect, then I should like to make a proposal that will serve our ends. By your leave, of course.
I don't see why not. Your words and wits have gotten us this far.
Agreed. I will present our queries so that you may consider the most advantageous way to advance your proposal without distraction.
Thank you, everyone.
If I may have your attention, the ad hoc session will now commence. The purpose of today's assembly is to brief the Scions of the 7th Dawn, at their request, on the Great Exodus. You may enter. On behalf of the Forum, I commend your heroic actions on the Magna Glaciers. We shall not soon forget your service to us and the people of Radzadhan. The Satrap, whom we have informed of the refugees' new arrangements, sings your praises as well. As an expression of our gratitude, we will endeavor to answer your questions as fully and openly as we are able.
Then let us begin. First, it is the Forum's objective to ferry the life and knowledge of this star to the moon. Am I correct?
You are. It is for this purpose that Sharlayan has labored these many long years. We have collected biological samples and scientific records from across the star. When the time comes, they will be moved from their places in Labyrinthos and Numenon and conveyed to safety. Once that critical task has been accomplished, we will begin transporting the Sharlayan citizenry, which has been categorized into groups. The earliest arrivals are to ensure hospitable environs for those who come after. Following our people, we will send those of other nations in turn, beginning with our allies. Radzat Han was foremost among these, but since the final days have already come to Thavnair, we saw fit to include the refugees with earlier groupings.
An ambitious plan. You have accounted for the safety of all nations and tribes, then?
As many as we can.
And how, pray tell, do you decide who to leave behind?
To journey beyond the sky is an unprecedented and immeasurably difficult endeavor. Introducing sources of inevitable conflict would condemn all to certain death.
Questions as to the validity of that approach aside, are your plans proceeding apace? We're under the impression that your primary means of celestial transportation is incomplete.
If only in that it does not meet our optimal parameters, that is correct. This Ark, as some have taken to calling it, is fully operational and could be launched even today. However, the final days have progressed more quickly than we anticipated. At present, the ship is incapable of attaining speeds sufficient to meet our evacuation targets. Should we put the vessel into service, as it is now, we will be unable to travel to the moon and back quickly enough to complete the necessary number of trips. Precious lives and knowledge will be lost.
Seven hells. Is there anything to be done?
The ether burner, the primary means of propulsion once the craft is in the space between stars, is undergoing testing to determine whether it can be made more efficient. Though cargo is being loaded for the initial phase of the Exodus, we are prepared to continue our experimentation up to the day before launch, should it prove necessary.
What if the Scions were to solve your problem? We shall help devise a means to improve the ether burner's efficiency, on 2 conditions. If we succeed, you must allow us to meet with Hydaelyn.
"'Twas simple enough to deduce. You have a Concord, and so you would never have abandoned the Anti-Tower had you no other means of communication. One far more convenient, I suspect.
The second condition, also to be met upon our success, is that we be permitted to propose another use for your Ark.
With Medium? Or go to where she is?
We would be at liberty to refuse this proposal.
Of course. If we cannot prove its merit to the 99 here, who are we to stake on it the lives of all peoples of this star?
Delightful as always, Master Alfino. Oh, we couldn't have asked for a finer plan. Allow us to solve this complex engineering problem of which we were entirely unaware until moments ago. What could possibly go wrong? The satire writes itself.
I love this guy.
Yet, what field has not benefited from a change in perspective? When we are at wit's end, what we need is not the same dry theories recited ad nauseam, but fresh inspiration. I, for one, have faith in my erstwhile students to provide it, and I find their terms to be perfectly acceptable.
Order! Order! We have no time to waste on debate. I call a vote. All in favor of agreeing to the Scion's terms?
Be agreed upon, I guess.
"71 in favor, 28 against. The ayes have it. Fortuneau, as the architect of this project, you are the best candidate to show them its current state. And bear in mind that regardless of your personal misgivings, this is the will of the Forum.
Very well.
I call this session to a close. Return to your tasks with urgency. The final days wait for none.
So, I guess it is like I expected. We're probably gonna go to Labyrinthos, the second half that we haven't accessed before. How about there? And then head off to wherever it is Medion is.
Sorry about not letting the rest of you in on my plan. I was, admittedly, thinking on my feet for the most part. But since we require both a means of communing with Hydaelyn and reaching Medion, in the spur of the moment, I saw involving ourselves with the completion of the Ark as a way to work towards both objectives simultaneously. However, we must first keep our end of the bargain by solving the problem of the ether burner. I'd like to think it is not a challenge beyond our combined expertise. Or at least the expertise of our extended circle of associates. It might behoove us to learn how an ether burner actually works before we attempt to improve it, though.
Fortuneau. And we get a new chess piece.
As instructed, I shall take you to see the ether burner. Meet me outside the Archean. I trust you can make your own way there. So the Ark is being built in Labyrinthos. Hardly surprising. Where else could they conceal such a massive undertaking?
Okay. Go ahead there, and is this gonna... We're gonna unlock the elevator finally. Please tell me we get to unlock the elevator. Also, I should probably check who it was that whispered me. It's Chunjun that apparently wrote to me asking if Iskali Restoration does give good XP at level 80. I don't know. Really? Depends on what you're trying to do exactly. Also, sorry for the late reply. I even in the chats according to the list. Yep. Yeah, I don't know if it's bad. Past the restoration gives very little. Okay. Like, I know that the gathering in Diadem can still give quite a lot of XP, but that's for the, like, I think level 60? I think it's the level 60 items or something still give like a lot of XP. That was basically how I leveled up to level 90 on Miner and Botanist. Yeah, I don't really know about the crafting stuff because, yeah, I haven't messed around with that a whole lot. But I'm assuming the XP is maybe not necessarily great. To be fair, it has been a while since I last was at the, since I last were in Firmament, so I haven't checked what the XP is. Maybe it might actually be better to use the, I quickly jump back to Shalia. Do the stuff up in the studio once you unlock that. That might give more XP, but I could be wrong. Anyway.
Our destination lies in the lower levels. The Forum, in its wisdom, has granted you access to the Archean's lift.
Finally.
Step inside and have Ophalin take you to the medial circuit.
Seriously. The fact that they don't unlock this for you earlier is so fucking annoying. Seriously, this entire area can fuck off. This fucking kid just... Use the Grand Company's deliveries. That's also a good way of doing it.
You wish to use the lift, yes?
Like, you can basically do that. You can use the Grand Company's delivery stuff. You can probably just craft like high level items, or you could possibly also, I gotta say, this new, like, I kind of like the way that they've done this, but I hate the fact that it's just one giant button, this thing, so it's kind of like, you need to scroll through this. Bit annoying. There's a star on the, I mean, it's basically a level up, yeah. Like, another thing you could technically also do in order to get a decent amount of XP is making, collectibles for the crafter want to do, because one, you get XP and an okay amount, I would say, and you can easily find like macros online for like helping with that. Plus, you will also get white scripts, which can be useful. It's basically get like other like things. Although the level 91 does only give you verbal scripts, but if you can craft that at level, actually, that is a possibility. I just don't know if it's possible to craft that though. Let me check something really quick. Yeah, it's not available. Oh. Okay, so I know that this at least is the case. When it comes to the collectibles, it seems like you can craft 5 levels above yourself. And I know for a fact that if you have full level 80 crafting gear, you can actually craft the level 90 things with the you do need the you need to have unlocked manipulation, so you need to have done the level 95 crafter quest, but it is possible to make a macro with that, and also, well, you also use believe it's mashed potatoes. Basically a food you can buy in the gold saucer. That will basically get all of your stats just to the right point, if I'm not mistaken. Although I'm a little bit unsure of something. I think... yeah, basically at that level you can do that, so you should be able to make like these in theory. That is, of course, if you can actually like get the materials for it. Like if you can get the materials, you can basically craft it. So that's not a too big of a problem at that point. Yeah, then you can just get like a lot of XP. Like I will say, cooking is fucking easy to make when it comes to these things. Like, this is these Psychons. You get those in Elpis. You just collect a bunch of those. Gelatin, you can buy those for 10 gil in... I believe it is in... I think the place that I bought them more was Crystarium. Omnibus milk you can buy with... or you can either get it with a combat class retainer that has, I think it's 505 item level. Or, God, what the fuck is... I think I got something in my eye. That's really annoying. Give me a sec. There you go. Yeah. This you can just collect, this you can buy, ores in the retainer to get a bunch of. And then palm sugar, you need to craft that. And let's just say I got like 500 and something of these palm syrups. But you just gather those in depth air. But yeah, once you get all that, it's... you can craft like so many. I think I made... I don't remember how many I made. I think it was like... I think I decided that I want to make 99 of these. Maybe it was 100. Basically, it ended up being... I think the stuff that took the longest was just getting the palm sugar. And then just crafting it, because it took a while, but... yeah.
I have sent your associates ahead to Logisticon Alpha, on the other side of Miriala Agronomics. Actually, there is something I have been meaning to. No, never mind. It can wait. Let us attend to the matter at hand.
Okay. We need that down there, so I'm thinking that on our way there, quickly grab the blue quest and just do that one. Yes, yeah, might as well. Also, I should probably also start using the Aether Compass to find Aether Currents. Hostile Troll.
Oh dearie me. My sweetest Chaggles, ER, one of the Archean's precious samples has fled. You have no idea what I'm talking about, do you? My apologies. I'm Enwell Hytia, an archivist. The Archean is home to various samples collected from all across the star, and one such specimen has just escaped. A young troll, to be specific. Oh, I hope he hasn't been set upon by the local predators. Listen, I promise to compensate you, so could you please help me retrieve the specimen? My thanks. I will continue my search of this area. I'd like you to check the 33rd facet. Once you've had a comprehensive look about, please meet me at the Archean to report your findings.
So search down there. Honestly, the fact that I can now use the elevator to just skip down there is such a nice thing. I've basically hated traveling around this place because it's such a pain in the ass. Because of the fact that it's like, oh yeah, you want to go anyway here? Yeah, you need to either go all the way up there, like this is the only either right in the entire area that you have access to begin with. You need to either go up this way, and if you then need to go down here, it's like, oh great, teleport down here, walk all the way through this cave, and then all the way back up there. It's such a pain in the ass. Also, there was an ether current. To the northeast, it's up there. I was gonna grab that before we go anywhere else, or before we interact with that spot. And with that, we finally have a parenthesis on the ether current chart.
You see no trolls great or small. Perhaps a bit further in.
Okay, so I should probably mention a slight thing regarding Endwalker, and that is that I have actually been spoiled a little bit in regards to some of this stuff. Basically, I knew that we were going to be fighting Zodiac at one point. I didn't know when. Like, most of the stuff that I've were kind of spoiled on was basically without any sort of context for it. So I knew that we were going to be fighting Zodiac. I know, at least in name, someone else we're going to be fighting later on. And I had heard the last, or heard the, I think it's the name of the last trial.
The errant troll is nowhere to be seen. Anwell Hytia may have had better luck.
Heard the name of the last trial at least, but I didn't know like who we were actually fighting or any context. And I've heard the name of the last area, but I didn't know it was the last area or where it was. But I think the last area is most likely Medion's domain, or whatever you want to call it. Essentially, most of the information that I've been spoiled on is kind of limited, I would say. Let's switch those around. Southwest sweats. Go in there, can I? Down there? It's down there somewhere that there's an ether current. Yeah, as I said, most of the spoilers that I've basically gotten is like I've known a few minor, like a few things, but most of it was like without any sort of context. So it didn't really spoil anything for me in that sense. It's more like just knowing that, oh, we're gonna be fighting Zodiac. I have no context for like any of that. It's just that, okay, we're fighting Zodiac. I don't know when it is. I don't know why we're fighting Zodiac. I have no context for anything. So it's kind of like, okay. Which is kind of also why when we actually ended up fighting Zodiac, I was kind of like, I would have expected this to be later in the game, because that legit is something I was expecting, like, I knew we were gonna fight Zodiac. Why is it this early? Like, we are only a few, like, zones into the game. Like, how many was it even? Like, 4 zones into the game. Technically 3, I guess, because that was 2 halves, 1 whole, and then halfway through another one. Like, what?
I see. I was unable to find the specimen either. However, I did meet someone who claimed to have seen it in Mornvale Forest. Let us head there and see if we can track it down.
So it's still pointing me towards that one down here-ish. Pointing me towards another one. Okay, northwest. 203.
Yes, there can be no doubt. These are Shaggle's footprints. Ahem. I have uncovered the specimen's trail. It should be close. If you find it under threat from the local fauna, you may dispatch its assailants.
Okay, so straight north from here, around 100. Sit up, behind. Nuts. I think I see where it's supposed to be. Climb up on that ledge cliff. What's called it? Basically up there. That's gonna be where it is. Shackles are safe.
Oh, I'm so glad you're unharmed. You're all safe now. Come on, let's go home, sweetie. Gerlance, buffoon. Ger. The Archean is under threat. I must do something. Ger.
Is this threat? You can talk?
Ger. You can understand me? Wait, are you able to communicate with him?
Apparently.
Incredible. I've never met someone with such a skill before.
Echo, perhaps?
This bundle of joy was born in Labyrinthos. However, he was abandoned by his mother and in quite the state by the time we found him. He possesses remarkable intelligence for one of his kind. We've elected to use him as part of a study into the effects of growing up in an artificial environment. I had seen him making gestures that indicated he'd been reading the tomes here, but I thought he was just copying those around him. To think he actually understands speech. Though I do wonder exactly why you are able to understand him and I am not.
Probably the echo. I'm sort of special, it's a secret. I'm kind of special. Got the echo.
Really? Oh, what I wouldn't give to understand him too. Grr. You possess the echo, don't you? I find it difficult to grr the way your kind do, but I suppose it makes sense that you understand my general sentiments. I happened to learn of said power from the tomes in the Archean. Honestly, that buffoon over there is surrounded by a sea of knowledge and he makes no effort to engage with it. Grr. At any rate, I'm glad to finally have someone to talk to. As I was saying earlier, the Archean is in grave danger. Some girless gleaner managed to bring woodworms in with them during a visit. If we leave them be, they're bound to cause irreparable damage to the materials at the facility. I tried my best to tell that buffoon, but it was no use. That's why I took a chance and went in search of some of my own kind to see if they would help, but you saw how that turned out. Well, what is he saying? Oh dearie me. Still, it was most courageous of him to try and solve the issue on his own. Now that we're aware of it, we need to sort out this pest problem at once. Would you mind helping out a little longer? You're the only one who can understand him, after all, and he seems malms ahead of us with regard to the situation at hand.
Okay. Guessing there's just gonna be another quest after this. Yep, normal quest, and I'm not gonna do that one right now. Okay, southeast, okay. I think for now I'm just gonna try and get down there and complete the, or keep going with the quest at least. How many turns do I actually have currently here? Only 3. So nice that I can finally use this. Okay, so a little bit to the southeast. Over there it seems. The question is just how the fuck do I get over there? Okay, so from what I can see, let's go to the left up over here. This way. Just keep going east. There it is. Okay, so head on down and speak with Alphino. And I guess get access to the lower parts and Shalian Hamlet. Find the Aurea. Ah, there they are.
We are to wait here while our father arranges for us to use the next lift. Here being Logisticon Alpha, where the atmospheric conditions of Labyrinthos are regulated. Water is drawn from underground and dispersed as vapor, stimulating the formation of artificial clouds and rain. By manipulating the temperature and air circulation, they are able to create the ideal environment for the growth and preservation of the biological samples kept here.
Hold on. How do you know so much about it?
Why, father brought me here as a child.
What? And left me behind?
Actually, you're the one who left me behind, when you went off somewhere with grandfather. The night before, I'd been asking father how clouds are made, so he decided to show me. It was fascinating. I peppered him with questions the entire time. 'Tis all too easy to take for granted the many interweaving aspects of the natural world. To grow inured to the wondrous. But having gained an understanding of the complex mechanisms employed by the Leporids in recreating a similar environment, I have come to view such processes in a new light. The subterranean gardens of Labyrinthos, the lunar prison forged to contain the ancient zodiac, the habitations built for all mankind neath the moon's surface. Each unique, yet undeniably similar. 'Tis no mere coincidence. Ever since Hydaelyn unfolded to us the grim fate that awaits Etheres, every essential resource we could spare has been delivered to Labyrinthos, in preparation for the great exodus. But that is not all. It is also a testing ground for the technologies that will allow us to settle on distant stars. Though the Leporids have endeavored to make the moon inhabitable, that is not our final destination. Mankind must learn to propagate life where there is none, to thrive where all is barren. Alas, time is not on our side. I have arranged for you all to enter the central circuit. It is there that most of our preparations for the great exodus are carried out, the construction of the Ark among them. Though our plans have been made public, access remains highly restricted. You, however, will not be subject to said restrictions, and will have free rein to come and go as you please. Such was the will of the Forum, after all. We will prove ourselves worthy of their trust. Your trust. Then let us proceed.
By decree of the Forum, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn are permitted to enter the central circuit.
Finally down here. Jesus Christ, it's been forever.
The ether burner is being constructed not far from here. Overseeing the work is Kokol Dankel, after whom the forge is named. Once the necessary introductions have been made, I shall leave you with him to discuss the particulars. This way.
That fucking name on that Laravel, Small Bean. Okay, let's see here. I'm supposed to go south, but I kind of want to go northwest. Except I can't, it seems. Or maybe I can. Why are these here? What? There's the current. Because some of the creatures you find around some of these places make absolutely no sense to me. So far to the north then. I'm curious if I can attune the Aether right over here. Gonna try just so I have an easier time of getting down here instead of having to go from there down here and then continue on. I would just prefer it if I could just, yeah, teleport to this one, then just ride down. Nice. Okay, so 200 something yams to the north. That might mean that it's up there, I assume. Unfortunate. I think that's the case. 90 more. Pretty sure it's up there. But since we're here, I'm kind of thinking, how about we wait a little bit with the Miscue and instead just go for a trip around the area? Get some exploring done. As well, who knows, maybe we'll see some Aether currents we can find. Oh, there's one. Also, who knows, maybe I can unlock the other Aether current that's in this area. And maybe reduce travel time a little bit in some of the later quests. Let's see, northwest, that must mean that there's one up there. But a general idea of that, there's one there. Then one far to the west, what? I thought there was gonna be one up there, but I guess not. Ah, there it is. Okay, northeast, that's probably the one up there, or it could be up there. Sure, that's an A rank. Or perhaps B rank, I'm not sure, but definitely is not something I can take. Still pointing up in this general area. It's by going south. 582. So can I tune to this one? Or is that not possible due to quests? Oh, I can tune. Nice. Yep, that's water. Okay, let's see. 243 to the southeast. To the south. Ah, there it is. And just force way to the east. Nice. It looks like I can't go into the middle though, even though it kind of looks like I should be able to do that. I'm guessing I'm gonna unlock that. Okay, now progress the HQ a little bit more. Okay, turned up there. Will the same HQ unlocked? I had a feeling it was probably gonna be that. It seems like it might be very important. Who knows, maybe that's where they keep the so-called Ark. They seem to call it. Here's the forge. That's worse cutscene.
Could swap them out. No, been there, done that. Damn near lost my eyebrows.
Think, Coco, think! We'd be well on our way to paradise. Visionaries patting themselves on the backs for their grand accomplishments if you'd only think!
Yes, that does sound rather lovely.
Yeah! I mean, Master Force, you know, what a pleasant surprise. We're not blasting off already, are we?
The schedule remains unchanged, for better or worse. Which is why the Forum has elected to accept assistance in resolving the ether burner conundrum.
Huh. Not seen you lot down here before.
There are Archons among their number, but engineering is not their expertise. Nevertheless, the Forum concedes the slim possibility that they may have insights to offer. If not, you are at liberty to return them to the surface, by whatever means you see fit.
I assure you that won't be necessary. Now, about your troubles with the ether burner.
Aye, aye, I'll walk you through it. Suppose I could do with a change of pace. As the name ought to tell you, the ether burner burns ether, ambient or otherwise, and transforms it into motive force. Think of it like a giant bomb that never stops exploding. Even out in that black void where the ether's right sparse, it's strong enough to move our arc. And it probably won't kill you like an actual bomb. But it ain't perfect. According to my calculations, to travel to the moon and back fast enough for the Forum's liking, the conversion rate needs to be 6% more efficient. A measly 6%, you say? But if I could have squeezed even another 0.6 out of it, don't you think I'd have built it that way in the first place?
Hast thou consulted with the Loperites?
Yes, they too are conducting their own research, for lack of a ready answer. The moon's propulsion systems are considerable, naturally, yet they are commensurately massive. It is no easy feat to convert their technology into an efficient means of propulsion for a teeny tiny toy boat, as they say, and as I most certainly do not.
Yes, exactly! Damn it all, I asked for refined adamantite and they send me uppity rabbits with inscrutable, ancient, incompatible technology! You're trying to drive me mad!
Do you speak of Allegan refined adamantite, perchance?
You know of it?
Only in the most general terms, I'm afraid. 'Twas an alloy of Allegan make, but the secrets of its production were closely guarded. As I recall, the record stated it was vital to Dalamud's construction and launch.
Aye, that's the stuff. No material more conductive far as I know. Slotting some ends like blowing up a dam and watching the river of ether come rushing through. Ain't a living soul that knows how to make it, though. We were fortunate enough to salvage some for the ether burner, just a wee bit, mind, from a chunk of Dalamud that came hurtling into the Northern Empty during the calamity. With more, well, that extra 6% efficiency would be child's play. It's a crying shame that we've no other sources.
Surely the many shards of Dalamud scattered throughout Eorzea would suffice. Why not get the refined adamantite from them?
Oh, we tried, believe you me. But only a few specialised pieces would have had any in them to begin with. Drive calls from Ragnarok-class internment hulks. Those are the prize bits we really need.
Years for this Laravel is giving his all. Oh yeah, he's doing a very good job. They really paid a good voice actor for him.
According to the Gleaners, getting to them means delving deep into the shards, and the defences are still very operational and very eager to blow them up. It's rough going in there, even for the cream. Not sure they'd make it out alive.
Weren't we near that part of the Ragnarok when we went to destroy Bahamut?
You want me to go and fetch the what's it? The White Raven's ghost. It haunts me. This sounds like a job for someone else. Want to go and fetch it?
That may be for the best, though you doubtless find the task too dull for your liking.
There are multiple internment hulks in Eorzea alone, so handling this ourselves may not be the most efficient option. Rather, if we could salvage adamantite from the shards simultaneously... Thancred, is the link shell we established before you went to Garlemald still active?
Of course. The floor is yours.
What's all this?
Gathering firewood, so to speak. We alone can accomplish little, but joined by others, we may yet build a bonfire to carry us heavensward. This is Alphino. The Scions have need of you.
Understood. I will contact the Lord Commander and dispatch our finest at once.
My sisters are somewhat preoccupied with the final days, so I will lead the 12-Wood expedition myself.
Are you aware of any other sources of refined adamantite?
Logically, such an invaluable alloy would have been utilized solely where absolutely necessary, in components intended to conduct or collect surpassing amounts of ether. Any extant instrumentation or devices would have likely found their way into the hands of etherologists, or enthusiasts.
Magical artifacts of Allegan design? The Eastern Alliance will send word to one and all.
Are there other ways we may offer aid? No shards of the Lesser Moon scar our soil, but our stake in this cause is no less for it.
Is there anything in Othard that might be of use to you?
What did you say? Oh, you got friends in far places, lad. Anyway, if you're offering, I wouldn't say no to one of those Far Eastern sacred relics. Some of them can hold enough ether to summon a whole damn primal. Combine a source like that with the ether burner, and 3, 2, 1, kaboom!
I gather you heard his explosive enthusiasm. Might you secure us a suitable relic?
It shall be done. I know little of machines, but I promise we will do our utmost to gather the materials you need to finish your starship. I am glad for the work, in truth. Better to busy oneself than wait and fret over disasters foretold.
Then why are we all still standing about yapping? There's plunder for the taking, and I'm a born plunderer. I'll be an old Charlian before you know it. Start mixing the grog.
I'm certain that can be arranged. Thank you all, and do be careful.
Just like that.
Aye, just like that. Our refined adamantite is on its way. Now let us consider our next steps, shall we? There's yet much to be done.
I'm guessing that Orchino might be a little bit proud of Alphino.
Appreciate you doing all this, but I ain't getting me hopes up just yet.
It's times like these we're reminded of how famous, or infamous, Alphino has become. Who'd have thought he could achieve so much with a single link pearl conversation? As we're expecting rather a lot of visitors in the near future, I'd best return to the surface and inform the relevant parties. I also have a contact of my own that might be worth a try.
Oh. And who might that be?
That's for me to know and you to find out. And on that note, I leave matters here in your capable hands. Best of luck.
Another cutscene. Meanwhile in Ul'dah.
Our course of action is clear. We must harvest refined adamantite from the shards of Dalamud and procure arcane relics of Allagan make. Summon the best and brightest of our immortal flames and form an expeditionary party at once. Call upon the Sultan Sworn and Brass Blades for support as you must. Papashan, send word to the guilds. We will require the expertise of master artisans if we are to have any hope of identifying and recovering these elusive materials. Viergeist, we have need of your stone torches. They are to assist the immortal flames in scouring the ruins and to help secure the surrounding areas. I trust I can count on your support.
As commander of the Stone Torches, my son Zimberk will personally see it done.
Pippin, I would have you lead lead the raiding party. Assemble your finest, and with Tizona's blade, clear the way. Lord Lolorito, I pray you take charge of the search for Allagan relics. Surely you know of some being traded on open or clandestine markets, or sleeping in collectors' vaults. Of course, I ask not that you do this out of the kindness of your heart. By all means, profit on the transactions. I wish you the joy of it. The final days descend upon our world. If circumstances are truly as dire as they say, Uldar's best efforts may be for naught. And yet, when we Eorzeans rose from the ashes to rebuild our broken realm, did we not learn one simple truth? That which seems all but impossible to overcome alone may yet be possible if we stand together. It was the Scions who united us then, and it is the Scions who call upon us now. Uldar will answer that call. We will summon our courage and join the fight for our world's future. You know your duties. I, Nanamo Ulnamo, 17th in the line of Ul, bid you good luck and Godspeed.
Just come so far. Yep. Our little Princess Popoto. Or Sultan, I guess. Yeah, she's come far. Are we gonna go around to the different city-states and see how they're doing things? Well, the Black Shroud? Okay. That is North Shroud, I believe. It looks like it's North Shroud.
We fielded a goodly number, but our ranks are heavy with healers, and an abundance of restorative magics will be of little help in destroying Dalamud's defenses. Still, it has ever been thus with Gridania. We must steel ourselves for a protracted engagement.
Making forces.
In that case, might I suggest taking us along?
Commander Hext, what are you doing here?
So Nago.
None of the shards in Girabania are big enough to hold an internment hulk. So we said to ourselves, why not lend our neighbors a hand? We thought you might be short on people with a talent for breaking things.
While it pains me to admit it, you are right. Are our deficiencies so plain to see?
It might have been a lifetime ago, but I was once one of the Scions assigned to the Shroud. I know this forest well. I know your people. And I know we will be stronger if we fight this fight together.
Then I will impose upon you with a clear conscience. Come, let us speak of how to integrate our forces.
I won't let it all be for nothing. I promise you, Papalimo.
With us. So, Ishgard, I'm guessing. Ah, Morshaffon's grave.
There you are! We've no time to waste, brother. Everyone has already... Ah.
Is that Grace Valley? Perhaps?
That was a roar! A dragon's roar!
Are we going to Limson then? Ruby Sea, actually. Ah.
And so, in summation, the Eastern Alliance, as well as the Honourable Lord Lolorito himself, reached out to me for assistance in procuring these treasures of the divine, and I, in turn, do beseech the Confederacy for aid. Is that...
Hancock? What a surprise this is.
Orban.
And a fortuitous one at that. I have a favor to ask, you see.
Okay. Few quests or cutscenes there. No job too small.
Though our friends are searching for refined adamantite and sacred relics, we will only know if they meet your requirements once they have arrived. In the meantime, is there aught else we might do to be of service? Ha! You've already done more than enough. If I had to say, though, I could use someone who knows a thing or two about Allagan technology.
We got Graham?
You there. The lad with the red eyes and matching hair. You seem to know more than the average scholar.
Oh yeah, I mean he did live for like a few hundred years inside the Crystal Tower.
If only Master Kokol knew how right he was. While he and Graha establish a rapport, why don't we help with preparations for the Great Exodus? Indeed, this would mean going above and beyond the terms of our arrangement, but I propose this not to curry favor. As confident as I am that we will succeed, we must be ready for every eventuality. This would also be an opportunity to familiarize ourselves with the logistics of traversing the great expanse. And if nothing else, it beats twiddling our thumbs while we wait for the adamantite. Well, ain't you a bunch of helpful buggers? If you've a mind to lend a hand, I know where you ought to go. Charlesian Hamlet is lousy with researchers and scholarly types, busy in themselves preparing for the Exodus. Pa! That lot need all the help they can get. Well, then. Off we go.
And I don't need new quests. The world ones. I'm just missing two actually. Damn. I think those are the ones that are like there and here somewhere.
From what I can tell, a lot of the people actually live down here. I don't know how much help we can offer, but I dare say they'll benefit from some of that fresh inspiration Scholarch Montacane mentioned. Let's start by asking around, ideally without getting in anyone's way.
Let's meet by the Aetherite once our work is done.
There's a blue quest. And also Chocobo Keeper, might as well just unlock you.
Excuse me, ma'am. I couldn't help but notice that you've a way about you that simply screams I have an affinity for creatures of the wilds. And since I'm never wrong about such things, might I trouble you? You see, amongst the troops of trolls living in the outer circuit, I came upon one who was sick beyond measure. I took the poor creature in at once and saw him healed, of course, but when I attempted to return him to his rightful home, he flew into a panic, as if he could not bear the thought of going back. To make matters worse, the troll saw fit to escape into a den of Analas. I would go after him, but I'm so fumble-footed I'll scare him off like as not, and be torn limb from limb for my pains by the fiends. So, I turn to you. Would you seek out this troll of which I spoke? I shall provide you with his favorite food, and with it, you should be able to calm the piteous thing. Hopefully that will be enough to see his senses restored and for him to come hurrying back. And, though I shudder to think of it, if any of those fell Analas seek to impede you or pester that troll, make those beasts regret their interference. Oh, and don't worry, you will be rewarded for your efforts.
Okay. So, there's some info, I guess.
Oh, hello. Are you one of the new helpers? Working on the ether burner? Oh dear. I hear things have come to a standstill on that front. Even so, I'd choose that over my current duties. Checking and loading samples, day in, day out. It's tiring, thankless work. Still, no one will be cross if I misplace a few legumes or what have you. The forum's got enough on their plate as it is, what with deciding who gets to board the Ark and when. Lot of powerful people have opinions about that. My heart goes out to Master Forshino and the others. Hardly get a moment's rest, I expect. Do they even have time to sleep?
You.
Helping with the Ark. Even with all the power Master Kokals managed to squeeze out of the ether burner, it's still not enough, apparently. And now I hear the final days have arrived. Horrible creatures running rampant all over. If only we'd begun the exodus sooner. People are dying, and there'll be no end to it if we don't fulfill our duties. But we will. We've spent years preparing for this moment. Believe in the plan, and all will be well.
Then I'm guessing up here somewhere, perhaps. Ah, there we go.
Offering to help? That's very kind, but I should be able to organize the rest of the documents by myself. It's mostly lists of the things we'll need once we arrive on the moon, and then whichever star we choose as our new home. My duties largely concern the maintenance of living conditions, so I'll be a lot busier after we depart. I hear that our lunar collaborators have come down to assist in our efforts. I'm looking forward to finally meeting them in person, after having communicated with them in such a limited capacity thus far. To be perfectly honest, I've not even the slightest idea what they look like. I do hope they're not enormous, looming giants. Why, I would much prefer something small and fluffy, like that behauded rabbit that ran by.
She doesn't know that that is actually one of the favorites, apparently. Oh. Person is floating a broken one's real. That's actually pretty smart. Alright, I'll head down and this one. And also just complete the quest, then we can complete the main quest. So we are about to hit level 89 relatively soon. Like less than 200,000. Ripe fruit. No troll can resist a fruit this ripe. Even more than one in more than one way, according to your olfactory senses. I think that's how you pronounce that word.
Muea.
Okay, it's just back to the Valian Hamlet.
Look, he's returned. I can't thank you enough. I know they may not look it, but trolls are really quite intelligent. Indeed, they are an intrinsic part of the woodlands of Labyrinthos, and keep it healthy and thriving. Though we've a responsibility to put down the more violent and unruly ones, most trolls, such as this one, are kind, docile things. In fact, my friend here has a real chance of becoming leader of his tribe, perhaps even guardian of the forest someday. It is we who saw these creatures removed from their natural habitats and relocated them within Labyrinthos. Thus, we've a responsibility to watch over them, to ensure they are well. And it would be too cruel to dispose of one simply because they're under the weather. Ah yes, your reward, here, as promised. Now then, it's high time I saw this fellow return to the outer circuit. Farewell, adventurer.
And do we get a load? Yep, that was enough. I'm curious, do we learn something at level 90? Yeah, Communion. Deals unexpected damage to target and all enemies nearby for potency of 1000. And then has 400 potency to all others. Enemies in Shroud. It expires upon execution, requires at least one stack of the Meteor Shroud to execute. Okay, so what I'm thinking is, for when you use In Shroud, you're supposed to then go ahead and use 4 out of the 5 Meteor Shroud you have. And then the 4th one is basically just Communion to deal as much damage as possible. Switch those around. Maybe let's keep it there. And it's going away. It's here as well. It's going away, singing away, and cooking away.
Fancy meeting you here, Shauna. Our friends in the forum brought us to see their teeny tiny toy boat, which was quite impressive considering they didn't use any creation magics. What we're really interested in is Etheres itself, though we now find ourselves in a sort of funny, underground, miniaturized version of it. We were hoping the forum would give us a guided tour, but it appears they're rather preoccupied. Honestly. All that time to prepare, and they're still not ready? I suppose we'll just have to show ourselves around. Or at least, that's what we were planning to do until we chanced upon Orianger and your good self. Since you're both dawdling about, engaging in idle chit-chat, perhaps you could show us a few points of interest. Won't that be fun?
No new blue quests. Wise guides.
A tour of Labyrinthos. An unexpected, yet prudent suggestion. Given the similarities betwixt this artificial environment and Bestways Burrow, 'twould be in our best interests to have the Laportes acquaint themselves with those conditions deemed up. I fear, however, that continued reliance upon my limited knowledge would risk narrowing, rather than broadening, their perspectives. Mayhap thou art better suited to lead this venture? What a marvelous idea! Might we begin with that great, big what's-it over yonder? Ah, yes. The what's-it. I shall leave its explanation to Shauna.
Okay, so... guess up this way? Guess it's maybe that thing that they're thinking of.
Goodness me. To build something so large without creation magics, is positively stupendous. Perhaps you could direct our attention to its most important features. Search the apparatus for points of potential. You spot an Ambi's Toma. An especially lively one, at that.
How is that here? What?
It would appear that the concept you observed in another time, another place, was approved for life in the wider world, somehow.
Okay, so that's what happened.
You spot it.
Wasn't trying to interact with it again.
It's a little hard to see from here, but is that a golden pipe connected to the top of those tanks? And I can see through that window another pipe at the bottom. Ah, this must be for purifying water drawn up from below. Is that water I hear from inside that great big tube? It must be because of those cogs and that gigantic wheel at the top. Oh, I see. That's how they draw up the water. There's probably some sort of spiral-shaped mechanism inside it, too. That looks like the trees in Greatest Endsvale. Hold on, that's a bit of a strange shape. It's thin at the bottom but big and round at the top. Quite tall for something so unbalanced, too. Now it makes sense. That's where they store the water.
Okay.
Well, if I were to hazard a guess, water drawn from underground, presumably with some other mechanism, is purified here and stored in that tower before being distributed elsewhere. I'm right, aren't I? I knew it. A design brilliant in its simplicity. I dare say it would take only a moment to install in even the harshest of environments. For us Laportes, that is. Indeed, securing a reliable source of water is of the utmost importance for any fledgling settlement. We have read, however, that peoples of Etheres sometimes make their homes in arid deserts and such. How are they able to survive?
Many settlements in Thailand are built near an oasis. Here's near waterfalls are common sites for villagers in Garabania. Let's just go with the top one.
So wherever you choose to live, you're never far from water. Oh dear. I worry we won't be able to procure the necessary amount. We can provide enough water to keep them from drying out completely, but it would appear they rely on it far more than we'd anticipated. A few adjustments may be in order, once we've calculated the average rate of consumption per individual. It may also be worth learning more about how exactly they obtain their water in the first place. Master Alphino spoke of the machinery responsible for that feat during our journey through Logisticon Alpha, did he not? Mayhap the Laportes will share his appreciation for the engineering marvel. Oh, yes. That sounds absolutely splendid. We must journey beyond the sanctuary of Charlian Hamlet. I shall lead the way. You mean we'll have to brave the untamed wilderness? A valid concern indeed. We could not help but notice the many dangerous-looking creatures with big, nasty teeth lurking beyond the safe confines of the settlement. Were we not escorted here by burly custodians, I dread to think what would have become of us. Regrettably, to many a hungry predator with the aforementioned big, nasty teeth, Laportes may appear to be a potential and rather appetizing source of sustenance. Might I impose upon thee to assist in securing safe passage to Logisticon Alpha? For my part, I shall act as escort to Living Way and Cooking Way. I entrust Singing Way and Growing Way to thy care.
Okay.
A more valiant protector they could not wish for. Godspeed. If it's all the same to you, I'd rather not be eaten by some horrid beastie. Come along, Growing Way. To the water extraction, what's it?
Okay. Still no blue quests. Missing 2 blue quests, and then just the one from the HQ, and then I'm missing the 2 that are like up in this area.
Thank you so much. I really hope this water extraction what's it is worth these harrowing experiences. All part of the fun, some might say, but I'd rather not be burned to a crisp, if it's all the same to you. My friends, I bid you welcome to Logisticon Alpha. Our destination doth lie at the lift's top. Pray, follow me.
Don't know why, but for some reason I suddenly, like, it was right after...
You...
or right after the thing where I had to aim. I just suddenly got hit by a, like, really just one of those, like, hey, you're now extremely tired for some reason. Like, I don't know what the fuck happened.
Marvelous. Simply marvelous. So, this is where the magic, or science, rather, takes place. The perfect environment to sustain life, artificially created. The knowledge we'll gain here will be essential when we start looking for new stars for your kind to inhabit. Apparently, most of them don't even have air for you to breathe. You're all very lucky that Etheres just so happens to provide everything you need to thrive. Or did mankind turn out the way they are because of the available resources, I wonder? Either way, it's nothing short of miraculous. And I cannot wait to see more of it.
Kind of thinking this. I'm thinking of taking a short break, just so I can go and get myself some tea, so I can maybe wake myself up a little bit more. Jesus Christ. Like, I suddenly felt extremely tired. Foods? No, not food. I already ate dinner, but yeah, I don't know. It's more just tiredness. To be honest, I did also, like, kind of go to bed pretty late. I think it was Thursday. I think it was Thursday that I went to bed, kind of. Well, specifically Thursday morning that I went to bed kind of late. I think I didn't go to bed until like 3? Yeah, I think it was like 3 or 4 in the morning Thursday. I went to bed and then I woke up at like 7 or 8. Basically, I've been kind of fucking up my sleep schedule a little bit here these last 2 days, so yeah. When was the last time I had food? That is like 4 hours ago when I had dinner. So it's not like it's that long ago, but yeah. I think it's possibly just my sleep schedule that I fucked up that's kind of making me overly tired for some reason. So yeah, let me just quickly find that one, and let's see here. Switch over to this screen. Also quickly just put the audio in the game, and all of that, and let's say like maybe around 10 minutes ish, I'm thinking. Yeah, I'll be back in maybe around 10 minutes, hopefully. So yeah, see you guys in a bit. Okay, I am back. Actually, I made it into my, made it back with my tea before the time almost done, but then I had to like get a few things ready. But yeah, let us continue. So, cooking away, agriculture shock.
This is all very wonderful, I'm sure, but I was rather hoping to learn more about your nourishment provision facilities. In other words, where is the food? I believe both the knowledge and consumables you seek may be found at Myrial Agronomics. As I imagine Singingway and the others intend to study every conceivable facet of this apparatus, wouldst thou be so kind as to escort our visiting culinarian? Yes, that sounds much more interesting. Hopefully, I'll be able to see firsthand some of the delicacies Oriange was telling me about. Even his incredibly vivid, if a bit too verbose, descriptions cannot compare to sampling them myself. Not to mention Aetheres will soon be no more, so I must learn all I can while there is still time. Let us brook no further delay.
So head up there, and then I guess while we're up here, I can maybe head over to this area and get the Aether Currents. I'm thinking might as well just get them while I'm up here. So I won't get them. I won't be going for them until we're like being sent somewhere else.
This is the place, yes. The heady aroma was enough to guide me here, and I've spotted several of the fruit and vegetables featured in our compendium. I'd dearly love to try some, but I read that those who help themselves to a farmer's crops without permission are often caught and put into pies. Perhaps you could ask whoever's in charge if they would be willing to part with a few samples? Cookingway is now accompanying you. You can, if you...
So... dialogue locations.
What a fine mess this is. Ah, it's you, the one who climbed down the mine shaft. I'd show you around if I could, but I'm rushed off my feet preparing for the exodus. And I'm not the only one. We've all got to find ways to do what we do down here up there, first on the moon, then on whichever star the Forum decides will become our new home. It's all so sudden, so unreal. Don't you want to go to the moon? Well, it's better than waiting for the final days to claim us. But no matter how carefully it's all planned, we'll never be able to take every variety of flora and fauna with us. Even the ones we can take may not survive in their new environment. So many species, doomed to extinction. Sorry, that's not what you came to talk about, is it? Nothing quite so dire, I assure you. We merely wish to sample a little of your produce, if we may. By all means, help yourselves. Much appreciated, my good fellow. So, where to begin?
Over to the vineyard.
Oh, I know what these are. Grapes, yes. Let's see if they are as delicious as they look. So sweet, so sour. The taste is much like a ripe philosopher's carrot, and yet the texture is entirely different. The contrast between the outer skin and the fruit within is most peculiar, though far from unpleasant. Yes, I think I'll try another. Well, that's certainly given me food for thought, though in a far less visceral manner than any philosopher's carrot. But tell me, what is your opinion of grapes?
I rave and erupting volcano for a choice bunch. Meh. Cast the things. eat rancid insert eyeballs. Personally, I'm not the biggest fan of grapes. I'm kind of meh. I can probably eat them, but it's not the thing I would choose, I think.
Met. An expression of indifference, I assume. In all fairness, our compendium did note they are valued more as an ingredient for spirit-use beverages rather than as a fruit for regular consumption. Anyway, that's enough about grapes for the time being. On to the next treat.
Orange Grove. Ah, right over here.
Orange by name, orange by nature. What came first, the fruit or the color? Who cares? Let's eat.
This looks a little bit weird the way we are standing.
MMM. Yes, that's MMM. Equal parts sweet and sour, as with the grapes, yet nothing alike. I may have to consult Oriange about expanding my vocabulary. I simply cannot find the words to describe it. Perhaps what I'm looking for is bitter. This is all very complicated, you know. So many flavors, so many choices. And each individual with their own personal preferences.
We're in the Island Sanctuary. Nice. I have been seeing like my FC chat talking a lot about the Island Sanctuary these last few days.
Now I see why you all turned your noses up at the idea of eating nothing but carrots. Marvelous though they still are in my estimation, let no one say I said otherwise. Ah, but speaking of carrots, I've yet to sample any of the vegetables. Let's see what's in that field over there.
Okay, pumpkin field. Maybe not the best thing to eat raw though.
That color, that texture. Are they some sort of enormous, round carrots? No. In any case, proper nomenclature is less of a concern than the taste. Black. It's so hard and flavorless, I may as well be chewing a piece of wood. That all but confirms it, these are nothing more than misbegotten failures masquerading as goodly carrots.
Stop, stop, stop. Can't you see these are pumpkins? And no one with any sense would try eating them raw. You're supposed to cook them first.
Do you not find it an awful bother?
Speed is godlike. I have heard that on the Island Sanctuary you're really fast.
Far from it. Cooking is a joy unto itself. And what's more, it broadens the range of ingredients that we may safely eat. But above all else, cooking allows us to draw out the full potential of our produce. Pumpkin stew has been one of my favorite dishes for as long I can remember.
Then perhaps even these hard blocks of plant matter can become as delicious as the orange I sampled. I wonder, though, if there is anything even more delicious. How about that yellow fruit over yonder?
I believe those are, yep, lemons. It's gonna be sour.
What a wondrous fragrance. With luck, it'll have a flavor to match. As I've no idea how these are eaten, I'll just bite into it.
Don't do that either.
HNNNGGGHHH. My tongue. Is this poison? A lemon? You mean it's supposed to taste like this? How can something so similar to an orange be so revolting? Acknowledge. It may be some time before my palate recovers from this ordeal. As such, I had best call an end to this round of sampling. Let's say our farewells and return to the others.
Like gives you lemons, cooking waste, now lemon away, yep. Indeed. Up to... Yep, okay.
Finished, have you? I trust you found something to your liking. I'm rather enamored with the grapes and oranges. Less so the pumpkin, though I learned the hard way they're not to be eaten raw. Then there was the lemon. The deceiver. I still feel so violated. Haha. First time, was it? I'd hate for you to leave with a bad taste in your mouth, in more ways than one, so I'll give you this lemon muffin I baked. If this doesn't change your opinion, nothing will. More lemon? Have I not suffered enough? Nevertheless, it would be remiss of me to spurn this opportunity to, oof, bit of sick came up there, learn more of your inscrutable ways. Very well, lemon muffin. Do your worst.
Greenway's gonna love it, I'm guessing.
This is delicious. Although I still detect a hint of lemon, it complements the sweetness of the dough to create a perfect harmony. I never would have guessed its vile bitterness could be utilized so elegantly. My good chap, this is simply breathtaking. See, we rarely use lemon in its natural state, but it has a starring role in all sorts of recipes, and the same is true for many other ingredients. It comes down to making the most of the resources at our disposal. And sometimes, that can even be the difference between life and death. I know we won't be able to take every species with us. No doubt the Forum agonized over what was worth preserving, and what will be consigned to history. Hard choices, but make them we must if we're to survive. Such strength of will. Now I know what Hydaelyn sees in your kind. Mankind, the Leporites, we were both born from the accumulated knowledge of the ancients. They learned all there is to learn about the nature of sentient life and the fates of the stars themselves. Once a civilization has fulfilled the basic requirements for survival, it will inevitably seek to eliminate all forms of negativity and achieve perfection. And therein lies its folly, and its downfall. For perfection is an unattainable ideal. 'Tis the paradox of the immaculate carrot. Yet civilizations since time immemorial have deemed the pursuit of perfection as progress. They pay no heed to the costs incurred in their futile quest, and all too often become the architects of their own demise, their dreams forever unfulfilled. What, then, is the alternative? The answer lies in knowing that our existence can never be perfect. To be content with what we have and make the most of it. When life gives you lemons, make lemon muffins.
Exactly.
Pardon my Aors Ian, but what in the seven hells are you on about? And who are you, anyway? Cookingway, at your service. I'm here to help prepare for the trip to the moon. And once you get there, you'll be able to try my carrots. I've been growing all different kinds. But don't worry, there'll be room for your crops too. We'll work together to preserve as many of Etheri's species as possible, if you're up to the challenge. Yes, of course. I look forward to it. Well, this has all been highly productive. Probably. Let's go and see if Oriange and the others have run out of machinery to inspect, shall we?
So, since we're being sent down there again, we're gonna head up north. Well, northwest to be exact. I want to get the ether currents that are lying there-ish, and then I'm guessing probably at Tato and Numa. I'm guessing they're probably located there. 161 to the west. It's probably up on the back side of that building. Apparently some of the people in the my FC had completely forgotten about the fact that we have an FC event here tomorrow evening. And yeah, apparently some of them kind of forgot about it and don't have a costume yet. Ah, there it is. Okay, how? Ah, that way. I was a little bit confused as to where I was supposed to go there. Kind of forgotten about the fact that I could go up there. Okay, now we're just missing the last 3. Let's see, I think teleporting to the hamlet, running down here, and then using the elevator is probably gonna be the fastest. To be honest, for that climber contest that my FC is running tomorrow, I have a costume. I just need, I believe it's a little bit of some dice that I need, and 1 piece of armor that I also need. And honestly, those dice might end up being a bit expensive because I think one of them is, let me just quickly, and the die, I believe it is metallic yellow. That's supposed to be finding, or getting.
You will need.
And I believe you can get that through Fedes. Maybe buy it, although I don't think that's actually possible. Or I need to get it from Larkboard, where it might be a bit expensive.
That was most enlightening, especially the part with the lemon muffin. Actually, I was wondering, do you know of any other places famed for their cuisine?
Linzelminza is home to the Culinarians Guild and far less than savory establishments. Far East has oodles of noodles. Let's go with Limsa. If it's the best.
With that I had time to visit. The more I learn of Etheres, the more I wish we could spare it from the final days.
I'm getting the feeling that based on what we know, we are probably gonna be able to do that. Considering that we're planning on possibly trying to get to Medion. And I guess defeat her. There she is. At this point. Then essentially stop the final days from happening.
Alas, Hydaelyn's orders are to flee, not to resist. If only there was some other way.
Okay, Sage Council. Ranjit appears to be telling the Loporits in preparation for an immediate departure.
Shauna, I trust thy time at Mirial Agronomics did bear fruit.
Is that a pun?
Our own efforts, too, were rewarded. We now possess an embarrassment of educational riches. No doubt our guests' relentless pursuit of knowledge could occupy them, and us, for a fortnight. Alas, time is of the essence. Let us return to Charlie and Hamlet forthwith. I shall gladly attend to each and every Laporte there, should further questions within my power to answer arise. Ah.
Okay, back to the hamlet. Okay, throwing away.
CAI. Yes, Shauna, that was indeed me verbalizing aside to express my emotional state. Do you want to know why? Because I saw the reconstructed environmental data for Aetheres at Logisticon Alpha, that's why. A forest so lovely, and so leafy. Are all of your forests like that?
The Black Shroud is quite leafy indeed, and a place of utmost tranquility. They are verdant at least. Or they are verdant at least. The trees of Dravania stand particularly proud. You should see the trees in the forest on the first. One was purple. Let's go with the Black Shroud.
Gasp. Gasp, I say. With a star so wonderful, it comes as no surprise that you're reluctant to leave it behind. I was a fool to think otherwise, to assume that the moon was something worth being proud of. How ridiculous we must seem to you. Trying so hard, yet achieving so little.
The moon is impressive, there's just not a whole lot there, apart from your settlement.
Not at all. Thy works are no less worthy for their uniqueness. I thought I heard tiny voices. Thancred. How didst thou fare? Oh, I was able to glean a fair bit from the researchers while helping to move their cargo. Preparations have proceeded without interruption here, despite news of the coming end. We have the forum's leadership to thank for that. That doesn't mean people aren't worried, though. Quite the opposite. Knowing disaster could strike at any moment, they hurry to complete their work, equally aware that a single error could be the difference between life and death. And we can hardly tell them there's no cause for concern. Perhaps not. Though aided by our goodly growing way, we may yet find other ways to lighten their burden. May be of use to people? I'm honored that you would think me so capable, but I'm not sure that I'm up to the challenge. Nevertheless, I believe in thee. If you say so, I suppose it can't hurt to try. I passed someone moping in the western plaza that looked to be in need of a helping paw. Perhaps you might start with him. "'Tis as good a place as any. Come."
Okay. Lots of help there, I guess. Guessing in a bit we're probably gonna get sent down here to help a bit.
Can I help you? It is you who would help me? Is my anxiety truly so obvious? A burden shared is a burden eased. Pray, tell us of thy troubles. Those little fellows do look like good listeners. I'm an engineer, you see. And what they say of the ship, that it's the sum of decades of Charlian ingenuity, that it's built with peerless Allagan technology, is all true, but I know, that none of that's a guarantee. We've never before launched a starfaring vessel, let alone flown it in the great expanse. All the tests we've run have been on the ground. Only operational personnel and cargo will be aboard for the first voyage, but even so. If it fails us then, what can we do? And if it doesn't, it could fall apart on the next flight, or the one after that. We've done everything we can to prevent that from happening, but it hardly matters. We thought the ether burner's design was flawless, too, and look how that turned out. Thou art familiar with these most daunting technologies, and thus dost thou hold the power to allay his fears. Oh. I'm not sure about that, but, well. Maybe you could tell me if there are any aspects of the ship's design that you're especially worried about? Our ability to walk about and perform our tasks, for one. I've devised a means by which to employ gravity, a spatio-temporal spell, to regulate the environment, but what if it's not strong enough? What if everyone floats away and begins crashing into things as soon as we've left the star? Aha, gravitation. Maybe I can be of help after all. Up there is not so different from down here, you see. The same rules apply, and if you consider them as part of one great big cosmos rather than separate places. I suspect both parties shall find comfort in this conversation. Yet if Thancred's tale be true, still others would benefit from insights born of experience. Might I prevail upon the Laportes to attend them? An excellent idea, if I do say so myself. There is naught we'd like more than to ease the hearts of the fine people of Etheres, and learn more about them while we're at it. Full glad am I to hear it. Gather thy companions and bring them hither. Shauna, thou hast a gift for finding souls in need of succor. Pray seek thee out the distressed and the apprehensive, and inform them that help is at hand. I shall await them here, that I might introduce each to a suitable Laporte.
Let's go and find
I do so look forward to that. A place for every Laporte, and every Laporte in their place.
Yeah. Yes, find 3 more people. 8 more people. Okay, that's not often that we get that many objectives we need to do.
Apologies, but I am awaiting a delivery. Whatever it is will have to wait. It seems this gleaner is too busy to chat.
Okay, so there's... Nope, that did not count. What the... Okay...
Just leave me to my misery. The forum can appoint someone else. I apologize, I simply don't know what to do. How am I supposed to pilot the Ark if I'm already falling apart under the pressure? You know a starship pilot that I might speak with? Truly. Well, then, there's no time to waste. They can help me prepare for this monumental task. Have you heard anything of what's on the moon? I have no doubt that we can make it up there, but the searching for a new star part of the plan sounds awfully vague to me. I asked the forum, but they will only tell us that our collaborators have everything under control. Forgive me, but I don't feel particularly safe wandering through the sea of stars on gods know what made by gods know who.
The people who have made it are here currently in Guantanamo?
You mean to say that I can speak with them directly? Amazing. I hope they like questions.
Can you Please remember that there's one in the main square of sorts. Researcher, you're probably not gonna be one of them.
Worries. No, I believe I'm fine, thank you. I've been confiding in my colleagues, and it's helped a lot. Can't recommend it enough.
This researcher
Guessing I basically just need to look for people whose name indicate that they are not necessarily calm and might need some support of some sort. That occupied administrator might not be one of them. There's someone hiding behind here. Nope. Seems to be one of them.
Blasted assistants. Where have they gone off to at a time like this? Beg pardon, but I have not the time for idle chit-chat. I need to reconfirm that ether levels are consistent throughout the vessel's machinery, and it seems I shall have to do so single-handedly. I swear, when I find those assistants of mine. The Laportes are willing to help? Why didn't you say so? At least they won't moan about how they checked 24 times already and haven't slept in weeks. Lazy sods.
Seeing list.
My face? What's wrong with my... ow. Perhaps I am a bit tense. I was tasked with ensuring that the proper fauna, and only the proper fauna, are brought with us to the moon. However, the suitability of a few species is still under debate, and I can hardly make the decision myself when I know so little about the environment up there. Including the Laportes in our discussions is a wonderful idea. I absolutely will, thank you. Perhaps their biology itself might offer some clue, as well.
Okay, we are halfway done with this ponderous mathematician.
Consult our collaborators. I suppose that would be more effective than sitting here brooding. I'm attempting to calculate how much cargo we can consolidate into fewer trips, should the ether burner make our original estimates unfeasible, but there are simply too many variables. I feel as if my brow will turn inside out. But perhaps our lunar associates will have more insight into how much weight constitutes too much weight for our purposes. Thank you for letting me know.
So it's hired painter over there. They're probably also someone I need to talk to.
Is anything bothering me? Well, I've been loading cargo for bells now, so my back feels like a void sense played it as a piano. My feet and knees as drums and cymbals, too. This gleaner seems fine, if in need of a break.
And one.
You. Yes, you idiot. Have you seen an envelope lying about? This imbecile refuses to give me the alchemic I ordered without that bloody slip of parchment.
The Laportes can maybe find it for you.
Unless your friends have a spell to make me remember where I dropped my damned envelope, I doubt they'll be more help than you. And you've wasted enough of my time already. It would be unfortunate for all involved.
Okay. Not helpful either. You?
Aha, haha. The end of the world is nigh, yet the work goes no faster. Schedules are such temperamental things, feasible one moment, utter bollocks the next. And yet, I've never felt so alive.
This one is beyond your...
This one is beyond your help, I think it said. Hyperventilating. Continue.
By the gods, my chest is tight. Am I dying? Is this what dying feels like? Oh. Do pardon me, I didn't see you there. There is no cause for concern, I assure you. No cause for concern, even though we may need to depart at any moment, and if the hull I designed buckles under the strain, the entire vessel may explode on launch, claiming countless lives and dooming all mankind, but that is highly unlikely. Yes, highly unlikely. Highly. Our visitors can help me triple check for structural flaws, you say? Why, that would be wonderful. I'm breathing more easily already.
Okay, we're still missing 2 more people.
56 bunches of weeds in the ground, 56 bunches of weeds. Rip one out, add to the mound 55 bunches of weeds in the Eve. I'm not neglecting my duties, I swear. I was in need of a little break, you see, but then I found myself unable to relax at all, so I went on a walk, and then I noticed these weeds, A&D. Pleasant conversation partners and so fuzzy? Goodness me, that does sound like a much better way to relax.
Okay. Just need to find the last person. Doesn't seem to be anyone up here, so I'm guessing it's probably down at square of sorts, maybe? Metal-headed engineer, that's probably not one. Also, that is where Uranche is. So before I talk to you, also lost your little thing. Anxious engineer, you seem to be the one.
What am I thinking about? The medical facilities on the ship, of course. I designed them with the assistance of our sages and chirurgeons, but to imagine every illness or injury that one might face in that great expanse is beyond any of us. To say nothing of the effects that living out there indefinitely might have on the body. The crew from the moon. Why did I not think of that?
Behold, Shauna. Through thine efforts, word hath spread throughout Labyrinthos. Verily, to a far greater number than we anticipated. Livingway doth gather more Laports as we speak. I shall assign each in accordance with their skills, that new bonds of friendship might be forged. Should greater matters require not thine attentions, watch over them, I prithee.
Okay. It seems like it might be a voiced cutscene.
Phew! Oh, finally some rest! Why, I haven't spoken so much in, well, in forever.
Lively, isn't it? The town is abuzz. Everyone eager to meet with our friends from the moon.
'Twould behoove you to consult with Sleepingway. As our moon's pilot, his advice should be most pertinent.
I'm impressed. Truth be told, I struggle to tell one from another. No offense intended, of course.
None taken. After you and your friends left Mare Elementorum, we spent no small amount of time with your Urianger. Oh, the conversations we had. He told us all about Atheris, answered our every question, no matter how trifling or trivial. Look! Every page filled to the margins with knowledge. When I first arrived, I was struck by how little I knew. It was daunting. But then I realized that were it not for Urianger and his teachings, we'd still be stuck on the moon, gazing at your world and wondering what we've been missing.
What would they think if they could see Urianger now? I dare say they'd be more than a bit surprised. And impressed, no doubt. Master Louisoix, Minfilia, Papalimo, and not to forget...
Oh there. Heard there was a visiting expert who we might bother with a few questions. I take it you'd be the one.
Admin or Winfrieda's parents?
Yes, I am.
Yes.
Wilson and Blovida, Sharlayan's foremost researchers in the field of teleportation magic, and Moonbreeder's parents.
Oh, that's gonna be a bit awkward.
It has been some time. Tis good to see you in good health.
Likewise, old friend. Blovida and I were most honored to answer the call. Never expected this reunion, though, did we, dear?
I'll say, the nerve. Sending that letter, then running off to the gods know where. Do you have any idea how worried we were?
I'm sorry. 'Twas remiss of me not to deliver the news in person. No, more than that. 'Twas I who...
Our daughter was disillusioned after Master Louisoix left her behind. The day the Scions called upon her was the happiest I'd seen her in years. She made her every choice of her own free will. No one could have ever forced her to do otherwise. Don't blame yourself for her death. Celebrate her life. You know that's what she'd want.
If there is one thing we resent you for, it was that we could not be there to mourn her with you. Reading the words you penned in that shaky hand, we must have cried as much for you as we did for her.
I'm sorry. I truly, truly am. I knew not what to say. Knew not how to express my feelings. The poems and platitudes of wiser men, musings on sadness and loss, studied and memorized, and meaningless in the moment.
This is getting me to tear up a bit.
Silly boy. We are all powerless before such grief. Even now, try as I might, the words escape me. But in our hearts, we know. We always know.
I remember when you were young, how the lads teased you for choosing the company of books over others. Our moon didn't take kindly to that. Be nice to Urianger, she'd shout, and give them a walloping. No matter how many times we scolded her.
So we offered a suggestion. Rather than starting fights, why don't you be the bridge between Urianger and the others? She had to mull it over for a while, arms crossed, brow furrowed in intense thought. But from that day on, she never let you be alone. She'd drag you outside to play, pepper you with endless questions, read the same books you read, all to try and understand you that much better. I'm sure it was annoying and exhausting at the time, but she only ever had the best of intentions.
And look at you now, at the center of the crowd. The reason there even is a crowd, having brought these people together. You've no idea how proud we are.
To see the boy our daughter trusted and believed in more than anyone, grow into the man she always knew he could be. I can see her in you too. Feel her. She walks with you wheresoever you go. So thank you, Urianger, for being who you are.
I think I can feel her too. The truth of her life. Not sorrow, but hope and love.
This moon breeder. She was important to him, wasn't she?
You could ask the man himself.
Oh, no. But watching this exchange reminds me how much I've yet to learn about your world. And its people.
You can live here your entire life and hardly learn a thing. And that's why it's too soon for this to end.
Okay. Actually, let's quickly talk to these two.
You must be one of the Scions, correct? Thank you for caring for my daughter. The time she spent with you was all too short, but I know she was proud to have you as comrades. Urianger is too, I'm sure. And I certainly feel better for knowing he has good friends to look after him. See that he comes home from time to time, will you?
The classical Rogadan language isn't so different from Eorzean. Did you ever wonder why we named our daughter Moon's Bride?
I believe there is some... I think I've watched a video where they talked about how the names worked for Rogadans, but I don't really remember what it is.
When I first held her, the moon was shining silver and full, the whole world seemed aglow. I knew it had chosen her, that she would be a beacon of that self-same light. Of course, we'd later hear our fair share of jokes about how we ought to have gone for sun instead, with how bright and stubborn she was. But fiery as my moon Brida was, she was always kind. Kind and gentle.
I still find it kind of insane how Moonbreeder was part of the MSQ, like part of the Rumble-born MSQ, what, 2 patches or something like that? Like, not a whole lot of time. And she died not soon after we had met her. It was a bit sad because she was actually a character that I think a lot of people liked because of her personality and so on. And I was like, okay, here's a scene. You're gonna cry because of a character that you met, like, in terms of like the game's lifespan, like several years ago. Like it's kind of like, I think it's probably like around almost 10 years ago that you would probably have met Moonbreeder or something like that. Fucking insane.
Oh, Shauna. Be assured that I am fine. I am. Full glad to see them, too, after so very long. Gladder still that it was in your company. As difficult as it was to accept their kindness, 'twould have been far harder had I faced them alone.
First of all, could you check? So, blue quest. Are we gonna go down here? Let's see, hither and yarns.
Ahem. Thou hast my gratitude for lending courage to the Laporites. Not disposed to rest on their laurels, several of our guests have elected to accompany my countrymen to their stations. Some few may still come hither seeking counsel, and so shall I remain to aid them as need be. If thou art needed elsewhere, do not let me detain thee. As a matter of fact, I was hoping you might check on Alizea. Last I saw, she was struggling to carry an enormous pile of boxes out the west gate. I could go myself, but we both know whose help she's less like to scorn. Not to mention that, much to my misfortune, I can think of several other things I ought to be doing. Until later.
Got another blue quest. 2 blue quests actually. Nice.
Oh, what am I to do? Ah, you're that adventurer who helped out the students of Bald Sen, aren't you? I suppose it matters not to you, but my son seems to have run away.
Why was there a child here in the first place? But only researchers left here.
Ah, yes. Simply put, my wife and I work at Aporia and she happened to conceive whilst we were living here in Charleyan Hamlet. I assure you we had many sleepless nights wondering if we should quit our jobs and leave Labyrinthos, or entrust the child to a friend of ours who dwells somewhere more suitable. Ultimately, we decided to continue our work whilst raising the child here. After all, our research is focused on the very future that our offspring will inhabit. The issue is, however, that the magic that prevents us from revealing anything confidential is too potent to be used on children. Of course, we can't allow the little one to roam freely, there's no telling what he might impart unto others, so he has spent his entire life thus far within the confines of Charleyan Hamlet. We recently had a slight spat with him and, well, he decided to flee. I imagine me going after him would only make things worse. Could I ask you to talk to him in my stead? I'm sure he'd be much more willing to listen to, anyone other than his parents, at this point. Thank you. Verpauline, my boy, is most likely in the plaza to the east. I cannot imagine he struck out any further on his own.
Okay. And then we got one up this way. Cleaner's wish.
You're a visitor to Charleyan, aren't you? You do have a worldly look about you. As a gleaner, I, too, have journeyed far and wide. Tell me, where is the farthest you have ventured?
Far east, another world, I cannot say. Let's go with I cannot say.
Oh. Is it someplace secret? I understand. I am sworn to secrecy in some of the forum's matters, as well. You should do nicely. You see, I need a more experienced traveler to say a prayer for me before I leave for Girabanya. If you would do me the honor, the reactor operator by the tower to the south should have a lantern crystal prepared for the purpose.
Okay, so let's see. Go there and there.
What? Who are you?
I'm just gonna go and get that. Over here, and then we can go up and try and check or talk to the kid again.
Are you here for the crystal? I hope it does some good for that gleaner. Those folks need all the luck they can get. Lanterns light the way through the darkness, a tool which can mean the difference between life and death. They are synonymous with safe passage, and as such, it has become custom in recent days to imbue the crystals inside with the prayers of a more seasoned traveler. And today, that traveler is you. Simply face the crystal, and pray for the safety of the traveler to be, if you will.
Crystal.
A colleague recently told me about the power of Akaza, a concept taught in Rad's Adhan, and how it reacts to strong emotion. I wonder if this method of praying to a crystal is a manifestation of that power. Well, that should about do it.
And we just need to go and deliver it. Ah, it looks like once we find the kid up here, that's also going to be the end of the quest. Nice. 2 really quick quests, to be honest.
I am not going to go home so easily. You probably won't believe me either, but I've noticed that all is not right in Labyrinthos.
Well, why don't you try telling me first? I can decide what to believe on my own. Thank you. Try and tell me.
Fine, I shall tell you what I've seen. The color of the artificial light here changed recently. I'm sure most people haven't noticed, but when you've spent your whole life here, the difference is like night and day. Even so, no one will take me seriously when I bring it up. All because of my age. Got into a big fight with father about it. But Labyrinthos is in danger. Who knows what would happen if the artificial sun broke? That's why I can't go home just yet. I need to get to the bottom of this first. Although, I am scared to venture outside on my own. They say there's countless monsters out there. I don't suppose you would come with me? I could pay you. It's not much, but I do get pocket money from my parents.
Well, if they didn't take your money, you don't need to pay me.
I thought you were different from the rest, but now you're treating me like a child too. This is a proper deal, all right? You've got to take my money to make it binding.
Fine.
Then it's settled.
Just didn't want to take your allowance, that's all. But okay. Those two are doing the doing up that thing quest, I'm thinking.
Do you have a lantern crystal for me?
Crystal imbued with the hope for a safe journey.
You have my thanks. With your prayer fueling its light, I have faith that it will keep me safe until my return. And now, I depart for Girabanya. I hope your travels are successful, as well as mine.
Okay, let me just quickly open all of these so I can get some better gear, I guess. I think I'll just stick with this for now. And start changing the glamour and so on. Okay, so go and find Alisaie and speak with her. I think that's gonna take us down to Oria. Most likely.
Shauna, what are you doing out here? No, I don't mind if you help with the boxes, but it's far from the most exciting of tasks. Are you sure? Well, I appreciate the assistance. We need to get these to Aporia. Time is short, of course, but they're full of organic specimens and samples, so try not to be too rough with them. Alphino should be waiting for us when we arrive. I'll see you there.
Deliver the crate of samples to Alphino. You will have 3 minutes to complete the task.
Okay. So just go in the Alphino and probably avoid the enemies. Shouldn't be too difficult, I think. And there's Alphino.
Oh, you're helping with the crates? Wonderful, you can put that there, with the others. You have my gratitude, but how did you come to be involved in this? Ha, then I suppose I have Thancred to thank as well. If you're wondering why we were tasked with bringing these boxes to Aporia to begin with, so was I. It turns out that this is a base of operations, of sorts. Those with final say as to what is included in the ship's manifest can be found here. Father included, I suspect.
That should be everything.
You carried all of that at once? Are you trying to injure yourself?
Oh, hush. They're lighter than they look, and not everyone has your delicate arms. I suppose we should let someone know that we've finished.
Theopaldin is in the courtyard. We can report to him.
Why don't you come along? You should get credit for your assistance, at least. Considering where we are, we might even learn something interesting.
Curious actually how long or how far am I in terms of the HQ at this point? Let's see. Yeah, we've only done 7 quests so far here. We're not even halfway yet. This is number 8 we're currently doing. There's supposed to be 20 quests in the little 88 to 89 section. As far as I remember. Seeing on the website.
Gods, it never ends, does it? What can I do for you?
We've brought samples from Charlie and Hamlet, Series 110. The crates are by the entrance.
Thank you. I had expected one of my colleagues, but we are dreadfully short-handed. Just a moment, you are Forsheno's children, are you not? Alphino and Alizea, at your service. You're well acquainted with father, I take it? Quite. I've been friends with your parents since our days at the studium. I remember when you were high, waddling hither and thither. Clearly, it's been quite some time since we've met. 'Tis good to see you again, wielding your father's nuliths, no less.
You knew our parents when they were young? What were they like? Pray, spare no detail.
I should like nothing more than to regale you. Alas, I am meant to be in charge here, and reams of paperwork want for submission.
We can help with that. In exchange for the sort of stories our parents would never willingly divulge, of course.
Very well, then. There happen to be 3 sets of documents in need of delivery, so how about you each take one?
Wait right there.
You will find a forum representative waiting to collect these near the southernmost structure. I hope I haven't kept her waiting too long. Never mind Alphino and Alizea, I'm certain they will be back soon enough.
Around the southernmost structure. Here.
Are you not one of the scions of the 7th Dawn? I thought you were meant to be working on the ether burner.
The nature of this paperwork is not particularly well guarded. Particularly well guarded secret. But due to how dull it is to read, Due to how dull it is to read, will nevertheless remain largely unknown.
Theopaldin's paperwork. I was beginning to worry he had misplaced his quill. I appreciate your help in seeing these documents to my hands at last. As for your other task, pray keep this between us, but I sincerely hope you scions succeed. The Exodus is, without a doubt, the most monumental undertaking in the history of the Forum, and so we must be circumspect in all respects. Risk is a privilege we cannot afford ourselves. At its heart, however, Charlian has ever been a nation of the curious. 'Twould be a tragedy indeed if we were the ones to stymie your pursuit of truth.
Quick and efficient. I dare say you have a talent for this work.
I'm kind of used to doing it as well.
The twins' papers only needed be delivered to elsewhere in the facility, so they should be returning any moment.
We return, with not a scrap of paperwork remaining on our persons, you will note.
You both have my thanks, and my apologies for sending you on an errand far below your ambitions. Why, even as a babe, you struggled out of your swaddling clothes, and...
That is quite enough of that, thank you. It was compromising stories of our parents that we'd asked to hear, to reiterate.
Of course, of course. I've known your father for so long, I must have something. Well, as you know, part of why the leveler name garners such respect in Charlean is your family's storied history. You too can trace your ancestry directly to those who came aboard Neuenkrepf's Hope, a lineage few can claim.
I've never thought much of it myself. It's not as though our forebears founded our nation. They were simply there when it happened.
Nevertheless, it has traditionally been a point of pride. 'Tis why Neuenkrepf's pronouncement, renounce the ways of war, and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason, has ever been our family's creed. Until your grandfather's time, Archon Louisois looked not to Neuenkrepf's words, but his deeds. He asserted, in defiance of his peers, that choosing to save the great and the small from the rising tides was the true mark of our founder's virtue. Perhaps it was his expertise, his knowledge of ancient prophecy and the fall of civilizations, that led to him to conclude that to eschew conflict at every turn was to consign mankind to his doom.
There will ever be conflict, and calamity will follow. Thus, to ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence.
You remember his words well. Indeed, Archon Louisois lived by that personal creed, and used every means at his disposal to bring succor to those in need, Charlean or no. No one loved and admired your grandfather more than his son. Yet Forcheno could not reconcile Louisois' deeds with the philosophy of their forebears and his peers, a philosophy in which he believed so fervently, yet made a pariah of his father. Forcheno agonized over this contradiction for much of his life. God's father. A son may carry his father's blood, but his choices are his own to bear, is it not always thus? God's no Forcheno's a cranky old goat, so I'm sure you butt heads often enough. Yet even so, you must know that you are constantly in his thoughts. Every moment of every day, and that is not an exaggeration in the slightest. You should have seen him when you were born, barely recognizable, he was, with a kind of dumbfounded grin I'd not seen since he first took a fancy to your mother. He was practically skipping when he told me the news. Take my word for it, he loves you to an embarrassing degree. But he is also frustratingly single-minded. Once he's decided that a given action is for the best, he will stay the course no matter who or what opposes him. A profoundly annoying habit when you're on the other end of it, as I'm sure you will agree.
I'll say.
Thank you for your insight. When next we meet our parents, I shall mention that we spoke. Try not to get me into too much trouble, now. I need the forum on my side. Speaking of which, I ought to be getting back to work. I have to make sure those specimens you brought make it to their proper places, or the cranky old goat will have my hide. We can speak again later. Hail, you three.
Surely Kokol hasn't driven you out of the forge already?
For better or for worse, no. However, he has set me a task that requires more than my single pair of hands, and here you are. I could use at least one of you, but I won't object to more. Unfortunately, Alizé and I have prior commitments, and we have delayed too long as it is.
What about you, Shauna? Can you spare the time?
Sure. Nothing
Perfect.
to do.
This shouldn't take long.
Once forged.
In the event that our, and I quote, promised heap of adamantite falls right out of the bloody sky and into my lap, Master Kokol wishes to be ready to put the proverbial hammer to anvil at a moment's notice. To fabricate these parts, however, he needs the flames in Kokol's forge to burn hotter. He sent me to increase the amount of ether being funneled to his furnaces. The flow of fire aspect ether in Labyrinthos is regulated by an elemental reactor south of here, to which I have borrowed the key. The adjustment will require 2 people to carry out safely, but I can explain the process when we arrive.
This is where we part, then. We'll see you in Charlie and Hamlet once the adamantite arrives. if not before.
This way, then.
Okay. So, south of here. I'm guessing we're just gonna end up back here at one point, and they'll probably let us get in here. I'm assuming. I feel like that would make the most sense. That it's like start here, go up around, do some stuff here, go further over here, then down. Yes.
The reactor is housed within this facility. I'll be the one to go inside and adjust the fire ether output. When I do, a rather large amount of water aspect ether will issue from the vent at the top. I expect this to attract at least a few elementals, which we would both rather not be drawn into the reactor itself. Can I ask that you put down any that draw too near? They'll pose you little trouble, I'm sure. Wait here, if you would.
Okay. Ah, go out here. All of them.
Did everything go smoothly out here? I thought as much. No major complications to speak of inside, either. And the water ether appears to be venting properly. I expect Kokol will have seen a difference in his forge flames by the time I return. Since I have you, there was another matter I thought to discuss with you. Nothing terribly important, merely something I've been considering. Part of this, I shared with everyone. Yet you, and only you, have been to Elpis. As we have established, refined adamantite is a product of Alig. Of the Empire's twilight years, in fact. It was a material which saw much use as part of the Alig-NS efforts to extend beyond the bounds of this world, Dalamud, of course, being the most prominent. Of those who would push further, expand Alig's empire to encompass the heavens and the stars above, perhaps the greatest was its infamous technologist, Amon.
Amon wanted to travel the stars, sea of stars. He remembered his life as Hermes.
I believe he had his own reasons. There is no evidence to suggest that he retained memories of his former life. He only joined the Ascians once the Empire was all but dust, as you know. If not his memory, though, what drove him to pursue the idea with such fervor? This may seem far-fetched, but what if souls, like minds, have a personality, so to speak? A natural disposition towards which they are inclined? We know with relative certainty that it was the gross decadence and inexorable decline of Alig that moved Amon to resurrect Emperor Xanda. The Empire's people spoke lightly of death and destruction, experimenting on those they deemed beneath them to fill the emptiness in their hearts. In facilitating Xanda's return, Amon provided these languid souls with the means to free themselves from the mire of their own indolence. Or would have, had not Xanda been convinced by his own death that life itself was meaningless. Amon's desire for his countrymen to conquer the heavens could only be a means to the same end, to instill the people with new purpose. Like Hermes before him, Amon was appalled by how those around him lived, but could never bring himself to believe that those lives were devoid of meaning. And both of them sought that meaning, that hope, in the distant stars. Such is my theory, anyway. Ultimately, it is the consequences of their actions which matter. Their motives are of no moment. And yet, to reach those stars on wings of adamantite, to travel to the ends of creation and beyond, the promise of hope everlasting, that much I do understand. But enough musing for now. Why don't we see how Kokol is getting on?
So that's gonna finish up quest once I talk to him. Is that also gonna... I'm gonna assume that maybe one quest where it's like we help with something and then maybe it unlocks after that. Maybe it's straight into there. I'm just assuming that this is gonna be the one that pushes to the... We're currently on quest number 9 in the 88 sort of range. So I'm gonna assume that once we complete this, let's see, we're gonna assume we have this one and then the next one. Those are both probably gonna be, or the next one is probably gonna be level 88. The one after that might be level 89 then.
Leo, I can feel those flames blazing from here. Glad you found someone capable, Graha, but there's not much left for you lot to do. Less you can conjure up that refined adamantite any faster.
Level 88, and that's gonna be what gives us the flying. Nice. Also, I do believe we got a... Yep, got another crate.
I do trust you to deliver on your promise, I do. Only, I hate waiting. I want that adamantite, and I want it now. We, share your impatience, I assure you. Is there truly nothing else we can assist with in the meantime? I wish. This sit-in about's unbearable. Pity the Forum frowns on recreational explosions. Well, so long as they can't prove it was premeditated. Get you gone, I've mistakes to make.
Okay.
In that case, I suppose I should go and return the key to the reactor. I'll have one more look to make sure that nothing has gone wrong. Unintentionally or otherwise. I'm certain there are better uses for your time, however. I will join you in Charlie and Hamlet anon.
Okay. What is this quest actually called? Bonds of Adamantite. Okay, so wait at the destination.
If you wait here, your companions are bound to turn up sooner or later.
For our companions. That looks like a first cutscene.
All set, I take it?
Oh, you stole and Justinian.
We finished
Wow.
what we could. Delivered supplies, tracked down escaped animals. Trivial tasks as they may be.
That's enough, don't you think? If there was anything more important still undone, that would be a problem in itself.
The vessel is essentially ready for departure. All that remains is to load the final batch of supplies and see everyone on board. Once we've readied the ether burner, that is.
Ah, had a feeling we might find you all here.
Our consultations with the Loperites, too, have run their course. Pleased I am to say that our researchers' concerns have for the most part been allayed, though some insist on making adjustments to the very end. For their part, Livingway and her peers have graciously offered to stay and keep the people company, lest any lingering queries go unanswered.
All that remains is to wait for the refined adamantite.
Alphino, are you there? It's me, Cryle. Your special delivery has arrived. Round up everyone and come to the harbor at once.
Okay.
Speak of the devil. Let us go at once.
Are we going to see who Krau's
Forgive the
special friend
intrusion,
is?
Master Fortuner. I bring urgent news. A great commotion has broken out in Scholar's Harbor. Your presence is requested with all speed.
Okay. Due to our, or rather Alphino's thing.
Now, where might this delivery be? Oh.
Here it is, I guess.
I'm sure it's very important, but we cannot accept these without the proper permits.
By the 12! Surely, these can't all be.
That's the people from the Heavensward Alliance raid.
Bleeding hellfire! They're bringing them by sea and by air. All these folks in these crates.
I think the large airship we also saw, that was the one from Idleshire, or the Return to Ivalice. Those flying ones we just saw with the cat on, that was from the Void Ark Alliance raids.
And more on the way. Got your adamantite right here. A bigger haul than any of these sorry bastards brought, and that's no lie.
Yes, because you were charged with seeing the shipments from Gridania and Uldar here, along with your own. Give credit where credit is due.
Sounds like the sorry whinging of a sore loser. An hypocrite to boot. Ain't no way a scrawny whelp like you took a dozen steps inside a Dalamon shard.
I'll have you know I went all the way to the entrance. Furthermore, 'twas my contacts that enabled us to enlist the cooperation of the Sky Pirates.
Left you outside so you wouldn't get anyone killed, did they? Well then, credit where credit's due, you did a right fine job sitting on your ass.
These two.
Back.
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
My, what a grand welcome party.
Hancock and Soroban.
We come bearing relics both sacred and Allegan, as well as a few other gifts that may be of help, to be presented with best wishes from the Eastern Alliance.
I myself have come with a sacred relic of Rayson Temple. 'Twas passing fortunate that Senri's dango craving brought us to Kugane. We arrived precisely as Hancock was making his arrangements. Upon learning of your need, we made haste back to Hell's Lid, with our dango, never fear, and consulted with the other auspices. All consented to the lending of Tenzin's legendary Phoenix Blade for this noble cause.
Referring to that whole questline.
Suzaku
Nice.
and Seiryu were nevertheless worried that it might be lost in transit, however, and insisted upon accompanying me to Onokoro, where I had intended to entrust it to our Confederate allies. I thought instead to give it over to Hancock when we chanced to cross paths yet again. But alas, Seiryu remained ill at ease, and ordered me see the blade into your hands personally, or die trying.
We did, of course, need quite the impressive vessel to get it all here in time. Fortunately, our majestic associates have been more than helpful. 'Tis an honor to join the Warrior of Light on another adventure, they tell me.
That is all wonderful to hear, but what of the extraordinary cost? I shudder to think of the ransom we must pay for such a bounty.
Fret not for your coin purse, young Alphino. Lord Lolorito looks ever towards the profits of the future, and thus the East Aldenar Trading Company went to some lengths to reduce the financial liability. And since the Scions funded the entire venture, not a gill need be rendered up in compensation. Everything is already yours.
We funded the venture? When?
Don't let the name fool you. This coin keeper knows a thing or two about spending.
Hello.
When it comes to capital investiture, a sprinkling of gil here and there will not do. You need enough savings to make waves when it really counts, which is why frugality is paramount. We also had the benefit of a generous patron. Generous being rather an understatement. She has supported us from the shadows since the very founding of the Scions. We even had coffers to fill.
Mother!
Mother!
Amelians.
Aliens.
I
Yes.
remain, of course, an entirely neutral party. I simply thought our family's coffers were needlessly full.
Hell yeah.
We can hardly take them with us on your teeny-tiny toy boat, now can we? And 'twould be a shame to leave all that hard-earned wealth unspent. Waste not.
Aww.
However did you manage so much in so short a time, though? We expected word to reach only a fraction of our allies.
Did I not tell you I have my ways?
Well?
Erenville, you were involved too.
I received a letter from Cryle after we parted ways in Labyrinthos. She explained what the Scions were trying to accomplish, and why you might soon require the services of the Gleaners, spread across the world as we are. I pray you do not interpret this as a betrayal of Charlian. I accept that the Forum's aim in pushing us to our limits was to preserve what knowledge we have, and I bear you no ill will for it. Yet, in collecting that knowledge, what I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know. That is why I chose to help the Scions, to combat the obliteration of those countless, undiscovered wonders. I held no illusions that they would be less demanding taskmasters. Though, rest assured, if I had, I would have been sorely disappointed. To make a long story short, the whole of the guild ship cooperated to ensure your call was heard far and wide.
What's this about a ship that can fly to the moon? And why didn't you mention it sooner? The one time you don't beg my aid, your problem's a bloody ship that can fly to the moon.
That was so
Sid,
Omega.
you brought the team.
Of course. Garland Ironworks' finest. You need only point us towards my new favorite ship.
Alpha and Omega.
Oh, I nearly forgot. We stopped by Whirlit before coming here and picked up a package from Gaius. He's still of the mind that actions make for better penance than words, contrite or otherwise, so we offer none of the latter. What he sent is an Allagan relic Valens used in his weapons experiments. Has a fair bit of refined adamantite in it, too.
As you like us not suspect, we've also brought adamantite for Mordona's Dalamud shard. I admit to some consternation upon first receiving Kryl's message. So few Scions remain at the Rising Stones now. Far too few for such an expedition. However, the Gleaners were able to secure us reinforcements. Idleshire's treasure hunters, not least among them. I know. How the Gobbyflock fought. Slowfix's gratitude for the safe return of his daughter has not waned, and he gathered his kin to our side with an astounding quickness. The clash between their machina and the Allagan defences was a sight to behold. I wager even you would have been impressed by the magnitude of the gobby booms.
Fascinating as all this is, I fail to see how it explains your presence here. Does Razat Han not have more pressing concerns?
We do. Yet averting the final days would be the most expedient solution. That, and I am indebted to you. Though they chose to take their leave of Thavnair, those you saved in Galimund remain my people. My gratitude is beyond words. 'Tis appropriate that I aid you in kind. If in the doing we bring salvation to others of this star, so much the better. You will recall that I spoke of my father, Midgard Summer, and his journey across the great expanse. As he traveled betwixt the stars, his resplendent scales drank of the ether in those nigh empty surrounds, and imparted to him the strength to persevere. Thinking they might further your cause, I called out to my kin for consent.
Oh?
Ashdaya's answer was silence, as ever. Tiamat and Chrisvelgre, however, responded favorably to the suggestion. My sire, too, stirred from his slumber long enough to speak and say, Very well. Thus have I brought you his own worm scales. Fit them to your purpose, and seek a worthier fate for us all.
Pretty powerful.
You'd be hard-pressed to find someone else so familiar with the unique properties of dragon scales. So I invited myself along.
Bugger me, this is so unbelievable. I've gone right back round to believing it again. Forget a 6% gain in efficiency. With all these goodies, we could get 7, no, 10, no, 14 bleeding percent. Think of how far we could go. What we could do with that much power. What we could blow up.
If Kokol is duly convinced, then it must be true. In which case, the Scion's end of the bargain has been fulfilled. Would you not agree?
Yes, Father?
Going to hug them or something?
I know not what you seek of Hydaelyn, nor for what purpose you would take command of our ship. Yet this much is certain. To do so will be to dictate the fate of this star and the lives upon it. The lives of each and every creature, in their magnitude and their fragility. Do you understand? And are you prepared?
We have seen and we have felt how much each life shapes this world. And so we are determined to abandon none. We understand what is at stake, and we are prepared to bear this burden.
Then I will bear it with you.
Oh.
I beg you, share your struggles with me. As family.
Come on. Rubber hug. On. Hawk.
You grasped my fingers with such tiny hands the day you were born. I thought my heart might burst. 'Twas love and happiness beyond expression. Overwhelming, and a conviction so powerful that I trembled with something close to rage. I had heard the final days foretold. I swore to myself then and there that I would not let them steal your futures. The great Exodus would succeed, must succeed. No sacrifice or sin was worse than the alternative. If anything gave me pause, 'twas mine own father. The Archon Louisoix openly decried Charlian's policies, a perspective which I regarded with increasing disdain as I grew older. Yet even as part of me thought him a fool, perhaps I also hoped that he, of all people, would devise a brilliant means to save my children. A naive hope, but stubborn enough that I could never bring myself to keep you apart. No, that was his doing, when he perished at Carteneau. As we pulled that twisted slab of Dalamud from the sea, I remembered the warmth of your newborn touch.
Chastened, I vowed never again to suffer any interference in my mission to protect you. No matter that you yourselves wished otherwise. Detest me, fight me tooth and nail, I would suffer it, and more, and be satisfied so long as I could force you onto the ship. I was wrong. You two have grown so much stronger and so much wiser than I dared dream. You have earned the right to walk your own path, and already begun to do so.
Good. Because there are things we care about, and people we love, and none of them is replaceable. Not a one.
It cannot have been an easy journey for you to have come so far.
We shall be glad to acquaint you with the finer details someday, once this danger has passed. All that we have seen and heard, that we have felt and learned in our travels. Ours is not a kind world, but it is beautiful. Always.
Oh no. Are you quite sure that's wise? After all, someone turns pale and flees the room when he sees so much as an envelope containing word of your adventures.
Okay.
Whatever will happen if he learns what you were really up to?
The means. Though I have wronged my children most gravely, I owe you an apology as well. I assumed that it was the Scion's influence that made them so keen to charge headlong into danger. Yours, in particular.
Perhaps.
I see now that said influence instead brought them together with the many fine people gathered here today. In which case, I hope you continue to guide them.
If we've finished loitering about the harbor, might I suggest we put our plans into motion? People are beginning to look confused.
Perhaps you can spare a few words ere they resume the tedious lugging of cargo. You have no small number of friends and admirers here after all.
To say, I'm wondering if this cutscene changes depending on what content you've done, because if you haven't done Return to Ivalice series, I'm guessing that airship is not there. If you haven't done the Void Arc quests, I'm guessing the Sky Pirates probably don't appear and they aren't mentioned. If you haven't done the Omega series, you might not see Mini Omega and Alpha, I'm guessing. Like, I'm guessing that depending on what content you've done, certain characters will just not appear and not be talked about. Like, for example, guessing if you haven't done the Hell's Kier questline thing with Sotoban and all that stuff in Tataru, Sotoban might not be there, and they might not mention Tensen's Katana and all the characters that you meet from there. I'm guessing. Because if they did, that would be kind of weird if they mentioned and you could see all the things that you maybe hadn't done, but yeah. You know, you don't really feel any of this was much different from how yours was. Okay. But you done that content or not? because that might have affected it. I'm not sure though. Anyway, lend us your strength. Like you think they took the easy way out and assume you've done everything? Nope, done none of it. Ah. Maybe they just assume that you've done it. Yeah, lend us your strength. Our moment of triumph is close at hand. With me. Lend us your strength. Let's go with that one.
Your assistance is appreciated. Now, in an orderly fashion, if you please.
Restraint, MSQ, everything. It's ready for Inwalker. There. I am curious though, if I were to quickly look up the quest on the Gamer's Escape, if basically has a list of some sort, because I did pull up a quest there at one point where it basically showed the dialogue, essentially, was available. If I search for Bonds of Advanced Sites, then Gamer's Escape. Let's see here. Dialogue. Okay, doesn't say anything actually there, just says cutscene. Someone did make a question on Reddit regarding this. Okay, so apparently it does actually change a bit according to this red post, because if I were to go to the unending journal, I could apparently watch the cutscene where it does not reflect my quest progression. It apparently does change, but I don't know how much it actually, like how many sort of flags it has to like toggle off. And they actually show the cutscene.
We've finally managed to clear the harbor, which means the rest is in the engineer's capable hands. Meanwhile, Father has issued to us an invitation. As was agreed, he will reveal the means by which Hydaelyn may be contacted. We are to meet him at Aporia when we're ready. Given the vital knowledge she holds, I suggest we leave without delay. It transpires, however, that the forum's method for speaking with her is not without risks. I am curious to hear what those might entail, but regardless, be warned.
Most of those who arrived with the adamantite have offered to stay and see to any remaining tasks that need doing. The forum has already asked for my assistance in overseeing the process, so you needn't worry about a thing.
Thank you, Tataru. We're off to Aporia, then.
The red ones you assume, yeah. No red flags. Okay, so Warrior. Assuming that's gonna be. This might be the one that unlocks access to the inner part of this. Maybe. I'll say Fortuno has become a better person now at this point. I will say, since he has actually revealed why it is he has been kind of a dick.
Shauna, I have already shown the others inside. You will want to speak with Clarelyn. She has the key.
He said something about a key and sitting down. Some people are having a cutscene here, it seems.
You're with Master Fortuno, yes? Just step inside the lift here.
Yep, we're heading to the absolute inner section of the area. Just gonna move a little bit forward. Everything has been revealed.
From here, we proceed to the heart of Labyrinthos, and its most closely guarded secret, Thaumazion. It marks the beginning and end of our efforts, whence we delve to seek audience with the star, and whence we will embark on our journey to the heavens. This way, if you please.
So it's called Thaumazion, I guess. Okay, didn't really get to see a whole lot there. I'm guessing that's the so-called Ark. Definitely see some of the elegant parts of it. I can kind of see why the Loporits might have called it Tiny Toy.
I bid you welcome to Thaumazion. Direct your attention toward its center to behold the ark over which we have long labored. As you can see, 'twas designed as a medium-sized craft, the better to reduce fuel consumption. Miniaturizing magics have been applied to its interior to ensure that the thrust-to-weight ratio does not place too great a limitation on its freight capacity. The ether burner, as you know, has been removed for further modification, but we shall reattach it soon enough. I have received word that Kokol and several of your allies are working on it with an intense fervor. They are sure to see it done. 'Twas by their expertise that many a prior disaster was averted. If anything, I fear they will not afford us much time for speaking with Hydaelyn ere they finish. Point taken. Let us move on. I must warn you again, however, that even with the benefit of our device, to treat with her is not a simple feat.
It's like frigate-sized ship, like Mass Effect's first Normandy ship. Okay.
I have done what I can to impress upon you the gravity of what lies ahead. Are you prepared?
Let's open up this. Now flying Labyrinthos. So how does this head look? Okay, an eye patch and also a sort of steampunk-ish helmet. I can work with that. Bolts. Hey, hold on, what? I can't fly in here? Okay, so I can fly here. Damn it, I want to basically try and like fly around the ship. In terms of size, it seems a little bit on the small size, but they did also say that it apparently has miniaturizing magics inside the ship, so it, like, I don't know, is bigger on the inside or something. If I change the visor thing. Ah, yep, it does. This room has no flying, yeah, a bit annoying, but I can kind of understand maybe why. Okay, so her children, one and all, that's all 89. I'm actually kind of thinking of maybe saving this for tomorrow, because we have currently, if I'm not mistaken, 16 quests left. Let me quickly check here. Just quickly looking at the quests. So let's see here. Yeah, we have 10 quests left of the 88 to 89 quests. Then we have 6 quests left for the level 90 part. So I'm thinking that maybe tomorrow we'll try and do the last 16 quests. The thing is just that I do need to make sure that I don't like go too late with the stream due to the whole event that my FC has tomorrow. Apparently someone is and then add everyone or something like that. It was an add maps. We're just going to see here. When is the event gonna start? That's at 7 PM server time. So let's see, if I were to start at, let's see here. You suggest doing the next quest? Could do that, but then it would maybe just end up being a bit late. Plus, I'm thinking, since this is the first level 89 quest, it, I don't know, feels like maybe a okay cut-off point. Maybe. Sure. If I were to try and do 16 quests, let's say if I do all 16 quests tomorrow, I would normally start the stream at around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and then have 5 hours to try and complete the quest, or complete all of it, at least if I were to stop at the usual time. That might not be enough time. Your last quest get rather long. True. It's just that I really want to make sure that I finish up Endwalker tomorrow, at preferably. But I am assuming that the last few quests in Endwalker are probably gonna end up being very long, kind of like with the Shadowbringers. Like, I'm assuming the last quest has probably several what do we call it, cutscenes, like a lot of them. So yeah. Let me try and think. I could maybe try and, I don't know, make the stream a bit longer tomorrow then. Let's see. I can also try and think here. I believe that the time that my FC's event starts is at 7 PM server time, so that is 2 hours. That would be at 9 PM for me. And I also need to get dinner, so I could probably stream until 7 PM for me. Which, if I were to start at 13, that would mean I have like 6 hours. Probably still not enough. So then I could maybe try and start. I could try to at least make sure that I start at 12, which would then bump it up to 7 hours. And if I were to make sure that I woke up early enough and I actually went to bed relatively soon, I could probably also be able to, I could maybe wake up like really early and actually get ready to stream at around 10 even. Which, if I were to start streaming at 10, I would have 9 hours to basically, technically 10 hours to finish Endwalker. Which I'm assuming at that point it might be enough, to be honest, and maybe even enough time to actually unlock Island Sanctuaries. To be completely honest, that is a thing that I'm really interested in unlocking, because a lot of people in my FC are just talking about that constantly, and I really want to unlock it because it seems interesting as hell. So I'm kind of wondering if I should try and do that. I am wondering though about one specific thing, and that is, first of all, where is it? Center. What page was it? There it is. How many of these things do I have so far? I have the... I'm missing the platinum ore, which I could gather there. I can gather that in a little bit. Gold ore, what was it I was missing for that? Got gold ore back there, and I don't have any native gold, but I can gather that. Black brush in the same time frame. Okay, I can at least get that. Basically, I need to craft this thing, the Replica Dreadworm Robe of Casting, for tomorrow's cosplay event that I'm participating in, because it kind of works for the outfit I'm going for. So yeah, I think that might what I'm gonna try and do. So I'm thinking, yeah. I don't know if it's gonna happen, but I'm gonna try and see if I can maybe, just maybe, start the stream at 10 in the morning. And hold on, I just noticed that there's like something hanging off that patch. Weird. You know what? I want to do that. There you go. Yeah, I'm thinking. Try and see if I can get the stream started tomorrow at 10. I don't know if it's gonna end up actually happening then, because I do need to make some breakfast, and it's gonna have to be a big breakfast because I won't be eating anything for like around 9 to 10 hours ish. And let's just say that my kitchen isn't exactly the most clean thing right now, because kind of got to I don't know, clean the dishes here earlier, technically actually yesterday. I haven't gotten around to doing that yet, so I need to do that. So hopefully I can get everything ready tomorrow before the stream, so I can actually also make myself some brunch, I guess. We'll see. At least have like an hour-ish wiggle room, because I'm thinking if I start at 10, then I at least have 9 hours. If I end up missing 10 o'clock, then it might be more like 11, but then I still technically have like 9 hours that I can still stream. So that might be able to work. So yeah, hopefully 9 hours is enough. I don't know if it is, because in 5 hours, without any dungeons or anything, it took me 5 hours to basically do 10 quests. To be honest, some of them were also quite cutscene heavy. So hopefully I can do it in this time. Yeah, that's gotta be what I'm gonna try and aim for, so yeah. Anyway, that means I need to make sure that I go to bed somewhat soon, so I guess just I can try and find someone to raid, and then I'll stay up for a little bit, get the last materials I need for that piece of armor, and then I'm going to fuck this bed, because I need to do that if I want to wake up early. So, let's see here. Go to raid. Just going to check something here. Why it heads in. I'm maybe because it's at the like 5 hour mark now, plus I need to go to bed so I can wake up early tomorrow so I can do an even longer stream than usual. Because I've decided to do that because I'm a bit of a dumbass now, because I have still 16 quests left, and I'm planning on doing a 9, maybe even 10 hour stream tomorrow. Oh god. I'm gonna be so tired after that. Okay, so let's see here. Do all 16 quests tonight. That's gonna completely fog up my sleep schedule, I think. And I kind of need to try and fix that for, I guess, a few days when I'm gonna be starting school, because still haven't heard anything from any jobs, so it looks like I'm gonna be starting a school. Let's see who to raid. Maybe you. How long have you been streaming for? Almost 2 hours. Can probably raid you then. So to all of them. Yeah, that's not happening tonight. Alright, so hold on. I don't know if they're actually about to end the stream or not. Okay, it looks like they're still gonna be streaming. So, I'm thinking that we are gonna go ahead and raid Momo, who's currently doing some just chatting. So yeah. Stream for 3 days. I'm not gonna be. Listen, I'm not gonna do that. I can't do that. But yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and raid Bocha now, and hopefully I'll be back online tomorrow at around 10 in the morning Danish time. So in I guess around 11 or 12 hours ish. Hopefully, well, it'll take me less than 12 hours, but hopefully I'll be around there. Then we're gonna try and see if we can just power through the MSQ. I'm thinking that unless they specifically give us them during the MSQ, any sort of like Aether currents, I'm just gonna ignore. Like any Aether currents in the last area are getting ignored. I don't care if I don't get flying right away. The main focus is just MSQ, because I'm gonna have I think I'm probably gonna be possibly very close in terms of time. I'm not sure, but I get the feeling that that might be the case. So yeah, thanks for the stream though. You're welcome, Yuko. Thanks for watching. Yeah, thank you everyone for watching the stream. As I said, should be on tomorrow at around 10 in the morning Danish time. I don't exactly know when the next stream is gonna be, because we are getting pretty close to me starting in school, and I don't entirely know how I'm gonna basically figure things out in terms of streaming right now. It does look like though that most days when I'm at school ended around like 2 in the afternoon, which is honestly pretty nice. That means that I have potentially more time or more free time than I expected, except for Wednesdays, which apparently ends at around like 4-ish, but still nice. But yeah. Yeah, depends on the school, yeah. But it seems like most days, because I basically looked at my schedule at school, like lessons and such, it looks like it's gonna be from like 9 in the morning, which I'm actually kind of surprised by. I thought it was gonna be like, oh, 8 in the morning. Nope, it's 9 to 2, apparently. So I'm kind of surprised by it, because that's only like around, what, 5 hours? So, yeah. Still nice. Yeah. Anyway, we're just gonna go ahead and raid Mochi now. I guess they keep it at 9 because people from far away. True, that might be the case. Allows people to get there earlier, or get there without it being like extremely early that they need to get up. It would be kind of annoying for most people if they had to like start taking the bus or train at like 6 in the morning. That would be very early they need to get up. But yeah. Anyway, as I said, we're gonna go ahead and raid Mochi right now, and yeah, should be back in around in less than 12 hours at around 10. So anyway, thank you everyone for watching the stream, hanging out, and yeah, I guess I'll see you guys tomorrow, hopefully. Yeah. So next time, everyone, I'll see ya.